Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So let's do a sound check real quick before we get started. If you guys can hear me okay, give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, then I guess I won't see anything. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, I want to give a shout out to everybody that's in the room already. We getting close, y'all, to getting that 20 before the end of the intro. We got 16 right now. So shout out to everybody for, you know what I'm saying, helping me out with that. And also make sure that you guys do the survey that's in the chat so I know if the alerts are working okay. All right. So who do we got up in here today? Who do we got in here today? We got Janesta Coleman in the building. We got Terrence Jackson in the building. We got Ricky McKinney in the building. We got Old Grandma in the building. We got Carlton Way. We got PD Chicago B1. We got Tasha Peters in the building. My man Carlton is in the house. We got Carla Lockhart up in here. We got Lloyd Sky 9. All right, so that's what's up. That's what's up. It's good to see everybody. All right. So I got a question for you guys. Let's just have a quick discussion before we get into this. And depending on how I feel, because I happen to mix a Red Bull with the Ciroc tonight. Because I happen to mix a Red Bull with the Ciroc tonight, y'all might get another stream. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all, and shout out to Sari Lynn and shout out to my man Bronze. If y'all are interested in possibly another stream, give me a thumbs up in the chat. If not, take your ass to sleep, Rob. I'll take my ass to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So here's my question for you guys. What's the difference between an agent and a snitch? What's the difference between an agent and a snitch? Yeah, Red Bull. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. But this this something else, though. This something else, though. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between an agent and a snitch? You know what I'm saying? I think there is a distinction, right? And one thing that I noticed and one thing that I hear a lot of times is I hear that word agent thrown out a lot. If somebody doesn't like something that somebody says, they get called an agent. You know what I'm saying? Or they get called, an informant or something like that. And I agree. Agents get paid, but so do snitches, if you think about it, right? Because the payoff for a snitch is that they won't get prosecuted to the fullest extent. They've made a deal, right? Terrence says that the difference is intent. I can get down with that. PD Chicago makes a really good point. He says agents are sent in. A snitch is a willing participant. That's a good qualifier. That's a good qualifier. You know what I'm saying? So what we're going to talk about is an agent. All right, we're going to talk about something that is very eerily similar to COINTELPRO. Okay. We're going to read 2 articles and we're going to watch a video. And then at the end, I'm going to see what you guys think about this. There was a situation that went down in Colorado. And the situation that went down in Colorado was an FBI infiltration. Okay. How many people were aware of this? If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about this, give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, this is one of the reasons why people really, for one, need to be careful with that agent word, because I don't think that anybody has ever just playfully called an agent has ever been outed as an agent. Is always somebody else. And also, this is one of the reasons why people need to be very tight-knit. Always be checking people's integrity. See, I'm real paranoid, right? And I had this thought in my head that, if I'm not able to provide for my family and myself the way that I need to, I'm going to have to do it through quote unquote alternative means, right? Now, how would I build up my empire, or how would I build up, whatever it is that I need to build up and able to create a sustainable, fast money operation, quote unquote, per se? You know what I'm saying? If you watch all of the gangster movies, usually in most cases, either the person that's the main character self snitches because they just get too wild with everything, like in Scarface's case, or it's somebody that they allow to get real close to them, like in Too Deep with Omar Epps and LL Cool J, or Brooklyn's Finest with Don Cheadle and Wesley Snipes. So even in the mafia movies, right? So I always had this notion that I'm going to do what's considered a wash. And I hate to say this, right? I really hate to say this. This is going to sound bad. But remember, if you can't live life being the good guy, you got to make your way being the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? In most cases, it usually takes between 3 and 5 months for FBI agents to infiltrate an operation, regardless of what that operation is. Whether it's some kind of drug organization, whether it's some kind of gun running, regardless of whatever it is, usually for FBI infiltration, it takes about 3 to 5 months. Okay. So this system that I considered thinking about, called a quote unquote wash, is exactly that. What's going to happen is that mysteriously, the people that I was dealing with for 4 months will miraculously disappear. And then as those people are disappearing, I'll be building a new staff. And then those people would disappear in 3 to 4 4 to 8 3 to 5 months. And then those people would disappear. And the reason why is because those people cannot be around long enough to build up a case on me. Now, sometimes you develop friendships, sometimes you develop relationships. My bad. Too bad. So sad. Sorry. You got to go. Am I saying that people should do that when it comes to these kind of movements? No. This is me talking specifically about criminal activity. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to these kind of activities, community movements, social justice movements, you got to ask yourself, what's the mechanism of making sure that you keep agents out? It seems to me that over the years, that's something that has not really been our specialty. Calling people agents, yeah, people do that all day. You an agent, he an agent, he an agent. And it sounds good, right? It sounds nice. But then what ends up happening is that the actual agents never get called out. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about yet another situation where actual agents infiltrated and were not called out. Okay. And now this one is really interesting because these stand out like a sore thumb. So we have to look at this and ask, well, how did nobody recognize any of this? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they get recognized? What happened? So now here it says fears of renewed FBI abuse of power after informants infiltrated BLM protests. Now, this is a story that you won't ever hear about on Fox. You might not hear about this anywhere except Blacklight Revelations, or if you're subscribed to The Guardian or The Intercept, or if you watch Democracy Now! Outraged Senator Ron Wyden urges agency to explain tactics from 2020 protests reminiscent of rogue behavior from decades past. Let me ask you guys a question. What are they talking about here? Anybody know what they're talking about? These very protests that people go around and say, well, they burned down their own neighborhoods and this, that, and the other. What are they talking about? Does anybody know? If you guys know what they're talking about, spill it. Give it to me in the comment section. If you don't know what they're talking about, give me a thumbs down. Okay. The FBI's use of an informant to infiltrate the Black Lives Matter in Denver during the wave of protest over the 2020 police killing of George Floyd has prompted concern in Congress that the federal agency is once again abusing its powers to harass and intimidate minority groups. The FBI infiltrated Black Lives Matter in Colorado. The FBI did it. Ron Wyden, the Democratic senator from Oregon, is calling for the FBI to explain how it came to recruit a violent felon as an informant who then went on to gain prominence among Denver racial justice activists. The informant is alleged to have encouraged protesters to engage in increasingly violent demonstration while trying to entrap them in criminal misdeeds. This is what they'll do with everything. This is what they'll do with everything. And then they'll turn around and say that none of this happened. Okay. If the allegations are true, the FBI's use of an informant spy on its First Amendment protected activity and stoke violence at peaceful protests is an outrageous abuse of law enforcement resources and authority, Wyden told The Guardian. Now, if we know that the FBI has been infiltrated by white supremacists, then why would this come of any surprise? Let me ask you guys a question. Is anybody surprised to hear a story like this? If you guys are surprised, give me a thumbs up. If you're not surprised, give me a thumbs down. Facts, Bronze, same old tricks still work. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 5,000 times, still shame on you. Come on now. Read the top of my screen. What does it say? The world is correct. If you can still be fooled after 5,000 times, hey, that's why people keep fooling you. You know what I'm saying? Wyden sits on the Senate Intelligence Committee, which has oversight over federal intelligence gathering agencies, including the FBI. He also fought for public disclosure of Donald Trump's deployment in 2020 of more than 750 officers to his hometown of Portland, Oregon, based on what he called politicized and false intelligence reports. The FBI's infiltration of Black Lives Matter in Denver appears to show another instance of the Trump administration trampling on the rights of Americans in order to divide our country and gain a political advantage, Wyden said. The FBI owes the public a full accounting of its actions, including how anyone responsible for attempting to entrap and discredit racial justice activists will be held accountable. Now, here's the thing. That's never going to happen because all the FBI has to do is redact everything, and they'll never be forced to explain anything because once the FBI redacts something, they don't have to explain it anymore. Okay. So now here it says The Guardian contacted the FBI for a response, but did not immediately hear back. The new revelations of alleged FBI abuses towards Black activists comes at a paradoxical moment, given the effort of the incoming Republican House leadership. On Thursday, Jim Jordan, a staunch Trump loyalist from Ohio, chaired the opening hearing of his subcommittee, The Weaponization of the Federal Government, which seeks to show how the main victim of federal overreach is not minority and progressive groups, but Donald Trump and his far-right supporters. So imagine that. I don't recall there ever being a COINTELPRO of white people. But if you let Jim Jordan and revisionist conservatives tell it, the federal government is only weaponized against Trump supporters. Okay. So now here it says the action of the FBI informant, Michael Windecker, or Mickey, as he was known, are revealed in a 10-episode podcast by the investigative journalist Trevor Aronson. Drawing on hours of undercover FBI recordings, along with internal FBI reports and interviews Aronson conducted with genuine racial justice protest leaders, Alphabet Boys pieces together how Windecker inveigled himself into the Black Lives Matter movement from May of 2020. Okay. So now the reason why I bring this up is because as much as people are going hard in the paint for reparations, and as much as people are going hard in the paint for other things like FBA hate crime bills and stuff like that, if you ask me, it's always important to draw upon one of the things that has always seemed to be a stumbling block when it comes to progress that we're trying to make. And clearly, one thing that the federal government has become very good at is infiltrating movements. So what people should do, if you ask me, is pay very close attention to the past infiltrations and watch for signs of that going on with current things. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So check this out. Windecker, who the FBI paid $20,000 to spy on activists. So I wonder who's getting paid $20,000 to spy on us. You know what I'm saying? Stood out from the crowd. Listen to this. He stood out. There was warning signs, right? For one, he was white. While most protesters in the Denver area were African American and dressed in military fatigues. This dude rolled in, you know what I'm saying, with a shark tooth necklace, you know what I'm saying, a Hawaii flower shirt, driving a Hertz, and on a surfboard. This is moving goofy. This should unofficially be Moving Goofy episode 1, but it's not. Because there's so many other goofy moves that I can make episode 1 of that. This is its own category of goof trope right here. You know what I'm saying? He drove an ostensious silver Hertz with a boot filled with AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles and other firearms. Come on, man. Game goofy for real. Big facts, PD. Big facts. Listen, man, I'm like I said, I'm not even as strict as some people, and I'm a lot more liberal than other people. But that's not a warning sign. Some white dude dressed like Ace Ventura with a boot full of AR-15s just coming through, driving a Hertz. Bro, you driving a Hertz. Come on, dog. He was clearly out of place. Clearly. Shout out to Abby Normal over on Twitch. And health food sandals, facts. If that's not, now, that says a lot, right? And again, the purpose of my platform and the purpose of my streams are not to beat up on people. You know what I'm saying? It's to assess things, right? That speaks to a larger problem that people may have. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, I'm gonna just put it out there like that. That speaks to a larger problem that people may have. That people may need to take a moment and step back and look at. How did this dude get accepted? And again, I'm not saying that you can't accept people who genuinely want to be down for the cause, but they need to be vetted. Anybody needs to be vetted. That's one of the reasons why they have hazing for fraternities. That's one of the reasons why you get a beat in if you join a gang. That's the reason why motorcycle clubs prospect. You can't just come on the scene and all of a sudden be the OG first day in class. It's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? He drove an ostensious silver Hertz with a boot filled with AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles and other firearms. Despite his glaring profile, Windecker managed to convince activists that he was committed to the struggle for racial justice and could help them cope with volatility on the streets. He bragged about having served with the French Foreign Legion and Kurdish Peshmerga. Come on, man. Listen. How did that happen? How did that happen? If you want to be down, too bad, you suspect, man. This right here is just an example of people wanting acceptance. And the thing is that if you don't think that the government as well as other non-black groups understand the psychological brain damage that a lot of us have been through, let me show you something. Right here is an example of how they weaponize it. They understand that very well. They understand it very well. You know what I'm saying? They get it. They understand the double standards. They understand the issues that a lot of people have with self-hate and acceptance. And they understand how a lot of people will do anything to put other groups and other people above ourselves. And I got to agree with Bronze. That's beyond wanting acceptance. I agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, my thing is, if you ask me, when it comes to this situation, they invited being infiltrated. I mean, what kind of process was this dude put through to show any kind of loyalty? I can understand if somebody puts on a good show and you just didn't catch him. I get it. But bro, this dude didn't even put on a good show. He didn't even put on a good show. So now here it says, as 2020's long hot summer of protests deepened, Windecker became more prominent in the Denver scene. He also became more proactive in his advice, encouraging activists to consider taking protests to the next level. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What does that mean? Taking protests to the next level? He just walked in and took control. How many times have people heard that story? I'm pretty sure there's a black civilization on every part of the planet that has a story similar to that. And my question is why? There's no excuse for that. For one, he shouldn't have just been allowed to walk in. Somebody should have stopped him at the door. Somebody should have stopped him at the door. And if he started getting loud, popped him at the door. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Tasha said, Tasha said it's because of all them years of chemtrails. Seriously, I want people to seriously think about this. How does this happen? And the trauma has been weaponized. I agree. I agree. So now here it says he told one Black Lives Matter leader, I can teach you how to shoot a gun, to hand combat, all the way up to like blowing up fucking buildings and guerrilla warfare tactics and sabotage. If the purpose of the protest is to be a peaceful protest, why are we doing that? That should be a red flag right there. If say for instance, I live in a state where marijuana is legal and I have all my permits to be able to grow and sell the way that I want to. And then some random white person just comes up to me and says, you know, over in this state, there's a huge market for marijuana. But the only problem is that there's no legislation, so it's still illegal. But we can make a bunch of money here. I'll tell that motherfucker, go make some money there then. Fuck off my property. And if I ever see you back here again, your head gonna be detached from your body. If you have a movement and somebody is coming in trying to tell you to divert the purposes of your movie or your movement, warning. If the message, if the protest is supposed to be peaceful and somebody comes up and says, yo, I got about 15 AR-15s and I got some flash grenades. I got a couple sticks of C4 for you too. Those ain't Christmas gifts, bruh. That's them planting evidence in a clever way. You know what I'm saying? That's them planting evidence in a clever way. There's no excuse for this. This is straight up moving goofy. Oh, we just want Nathan to be down with the team. Okay, well, you better find a Nathan that's actually down with the team. An actual Nathan that's down with the team is not going to come up to you and say, here, let's go blow everybody's head off. A Nathan that actually wants to be down with the team is going to be like, yo, I think that what's going on is wrong. What can I do to help? That's what they're going to do. Creating a paper trail. Facts, PD Chicago B1. Everybody has worked at a job where the job has tried to fire them. First comes a bunch of petty write-ups, then comes a change in your job. And then you get put out the door. That's how that works. So here's the question. How does this keep happening? Bronze guy said, not gonna lie, a free AR-15 is low-key kind of tempting if you've seen those prices. Now, here's my question. Do you think any of these people have seen those prices, though? I don't think most of these people in these BLM protests really have guns or are familiar with guns all like that. You know what I'm saying? Nathan was trying to get martial law popping. He really was. And he was trying to get a whole bunch of black people popped too. And nobody, why ain't nobody asking him about his paperwork, man? This is what I'm talking about. See, as long as people are moving like this is, if you ask me, this right here, this is the same thing as those police violence victims coming to WS media first instead of coming to black media and talking to black media. Yeah, I did. I heard about that, Mel. I forget who I forget where I heard about it at, and I forget when I saw it, but I did see it. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on real quick. Yeah. I actually saw that in the JTA, and they were talking about quote unquote anti-Semitism, right? But if it was a black dude, it would have been all over the news because them folks is on the same page as all the rest of the folks. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says audio clippings from the undercover recordings obtained by Aronson reveal what Windecker went on to ask the activist. How extreme do you want it to go? Do you want to learn how to shoot a gun and throw someone around, or do you all want to go all the way uptown? If that's what you want to do, I can make it happen. This, I mean, to somebody coming in just telling you this isn't a warning. That's not a warning. That's that seriously. I want to know from y'all in the comment section. That's not a red flag. If that's a red flag, put a red flag in the comment section. If it's not a red flag, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, facts. If you guys are not subscribed on Twitch, make sure you guys go and subscribe on Twitch as well. Abby said red flags all over the place. So then we got to ask ourselves the question, how? How? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, also, if you guys have not smashed the like button, please make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, make sure that you guys share the video out to all your social media. If you have anybody that you know that's interested in this kind of stuff, shoot them a text message with the link. Tell them to get in here. Terrence says, crazy. We have cops recorded in cars wanting to start a race war with us, and FBI agents want us to start getting violent. Sounds like there's no difference between them and those people that were trying to blow up Baltimore. Remember how when the Peyton Gendron thing happened, I kept saying they all wear the same uniform? They all wear the same uniform because they do. It's no difference between Peyton Gendron and a riot squad if you look at the uniforms that they wore. So now here it says the podcast reports that Windecker went on to give an activist $1,500 to buy a gun for him, which led to the individual being arrested on weapons charges. It led to the individual being arrested on weapons charges. Shout out to Don P. What's good with it? Aronson also alleges that the informant helped to organize a series of demonstrations in August of 2020 that led to violent assaults on police stations. Violent assaults on police stations. Listen. Windecker denied being an FBI informant, but when Aronson told him about the recordings, he fell silent. Congressman Jordan and his Republican teams have taken to calling their weaponization subcommittee the New Church Committee. The reference is to post-Watergate 1970s investigations led by the Democratic Senator Frank Church into the rogue behavior and abuses of power by the FBI and other federal agencies. The attempt by Trump-rallied Republicans to claim the mantle of the Church Committee to justify weakening federal action against far-right attacks on American democracy has incensed those who participated in the 1970 investigation. Gary Hart, the former senator from Colorado, who is the only surviving member of the Church Committee, told The Guardian that the new House weaponization panel was the antithesis of what he and his colleagues had done. We did not have a partisan axe to grind. We bent over backwards to ensure that the Church Committee was not a partisan activity, Hart said. What is going on in the House today is purely a Republican operation. They are trying to go back to the bad old days by destroying oversight, particularly as it applies to right-wing militias and the insurrection of January 6th. Let me ask you guys a question. Is it out of the realms of logic to call the police in each state a right-wing militia? If you guys think that we should stop calling the police law enforcement and start calling the police other and miscellaneous right-wing militias, give me a thumbs up. Because if you ask me, I think we should. It is perhaps worth remembering what those bad old days of the 1960s and 1970s invoked by Hart look like. So let's actually talk about the bad old days, because this is something else that the right, as well as the left, wants to erase for their own convenience. During the bad old days in the 1960s, Black people didn't have civil rights. And most of us probably have parents or relatives that were still alive back then. But if you let immigrants like Nikki Haley and immigrants like Kamala Harris tell it, everybody needs to just shut up about that. I don't think anybody needs to tell me to shut up about harm that took place to my family on behalf of the privileged population of the United States and the American government. I don't think anybody needs to tell me to shut up about that. I think I need to choose how I plan on dealing with the people that violated us. That's the choice that we should make. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, before the Church Committee succeeded in imposing guardrails on the surveillance and other activities of the FBI, the Bureau was largely untethered. J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI's infamous director, ran rampant, instructing agents to expose, disrupt, and misdirect, discredit, and otherwise neutralize dissenting political groups in the U.S., especially African-American ones. It doesn't say anything about conservatives, especially African-American ones, which we know aren't African-American at all. These are FBA people that were fighting for their rights in the 1960s. You want no African-Americans, want no cooning-ass tethers over here at that time fighting with these people. This was our grandparents. This was our parents. This wasn't Umbuku from Senegal who decided to come over here and start shitting on people. This was our parents. You know what I'm saying? Under the vast counterintelligence programs, COINTELPRO ran from 1956 to 1971. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What did the landscape in the United States look like in 1971, since people seem to have such silly memories? What was going on in 1971? What was or 1950, 1960? What was going on at that time? Informants were used to infiltrate the civil rights movement and the Black Panthers, going as far as to blackmail Martin Luther King in an attempt to cajole him into killing himself. How come everybody that talks about Martin Luther King doesn't talk about that part? Edward Snowden released a lot of documents that showed that. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that this kind of stuff still goes on today? You know, the United States always talks about Martin Luther King being a legend and stuff like that, but they never talk about what they did to Martin Luther King. Why not? Shameful history? Why not? That's the question. Terrence says, yep, that's why they came up with BIE, which is Black Identity Extremist. Facts. The only people, let me shut up. One of the Bureau's favorite tricks was for its undercover FBI informants to spread rumors that the real leaders of left-wing and civil rights movements themselves were undercover informants. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? One of the Bureau's favorite tricks was for its undercover FBI informants to spread rumors that the real leaders of left-wing and civil rights movements were themselves undercover informants. A lot of that going on now. Everybody pointing the finger at everybody saying who an agent versus who ain't. A lot of that going on now. Can't take it back now. Now, if everybody is so good at calling out agents, how come nobody called this guy out? Everybody know who an agent is, and everybody know who an agent looked like. How come nobody called this obvious agent out? The technique, which had a devastating impact on the Panthers, is known in the trade as snitch jacketing. So what happens is you get the actual snitch in there, and the actual snitch then points at the legitimate members of a movement and says, y'all are the snitches, deranging internal politics, like Professor Black Truth always says. So now it says the Alphabet Boys reveals in a chilling echo of COINTELPRO that the FBI informant Windecker used exactly the same snitch jacking tactic to sow discord among Black Lives Matter crowd in Denver during the 2020 summer protest. So again, fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 5,000 times, still everybody else's fault. How does that work? It says that this Windecker individual used the exact same snitch jacking tactic. Those are the words that it says right here. The exact same, which means that people didn't learn from COINTEL1. And shout out to PD for answering the Nightbot. At a time when his own cover was in danger of being blown, he planted seeds about key leaders suggesting that they might be cooperating with police. Let me ask you guys a question. Who do you all blame the most in this failure? Do you all blame Windecker, or do you all blame the leaders of the local movements? If you guys blame Windecker, put an angry face in the comment section. If you guys blame the local leaders, put a radiation emoji in the comment section. If you guys blame them both equally, you can put both in there. Hart told The Guardian that he has no special knowledge of the events in Denver, but he said that the podcast disclosures were a timely warning against complacency. The Denver story and other recent stories indicate that in some ways, oversight may have become lax, he said. Maybe, I don't know this for sure, but maybe the FBI is slipping back into their own patterns. I mean, I don't think that the FBI ever left those patterns. I don't think that the FBI ever left those patterns. Do you all? Shout out to my man, Mike Jeff. And shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with y'all? So we're going to check out this little video here. It's actually not a little video. It's probably going to take us a minute to get through from Democracy Now! And then we're going to read an article from The Intercept that goes into a little bit more detail about this. So check this out. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys have not shared this video out, take a moment, retweet it, repost it on Facebook, send it to all your groups, tell people there's a good stream going on with some good information in it. Come in and check it out.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Evidence has emerged that the FBI played a direct role in infiltrating racial justice protests after the police killing of George Floyd in 2020. A new podcast out today called Alphabet Boys documents how the FBI paid an informant at least $20,000.
So they paid this informant $25,000. The FBI did. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, Windecker is a white guy.
To infiltrate and spy on activist groups in Denver, Colorado. The informant also encouraged activists to purchase guns and commit violence.
So as you guys can see, what happened is the FBI used entrapment, which is illegal. The FBI got this guy Windecker to infiltrate this movement and then paid the people and influenced them to commit and act in violent ways. And the population at large and Fox News act like they don't have any idea about this. Just like how they acted like they didn't have any idea that it was the Boogaloo Boys that burned down the police station during the George Floyd riot.
This is the trailer to Alphabet Boys.
The summer of 2020.
I know, I'm gonna go get my gas mask.
Millions protested for racial justice across the country, with some of these protests turning violent.
Over the heads of the shield!
That summer, it felt like history in the making. Big changes were coming. And then, the protests just stopped.
So now the thing is that this is happening all the time. All the time. And I was, like I said, I asked that same question, Black Bitcoin Key. Now, here's my question. Who put a gun to those people in Denver's head and made them allow this individual to be a part of the movement? Who did that?
There were these rumors that government agents had infiltrated the movement, pushing it toward collapse. It sounded paranoid, right? But you know what?
Okay, it is August 28th, 2020 at approximately 4:02.
You know what? I should speed this up because they're probably gonna try to say that I'm using the copyright. Hold on real quick. Let me know if this is too fast.
It wasn't. I'm Trevor Aronson, and I'm a journalist covering federal law enforcement, the alphabet agencies.
As the FBI, sometimes you gotta grab the little guy to go after the big guy.
This is Alphabet Boys, a new series from Western Sound and iHeart Podcasts. Each season, we'll take you deep inside an undercover investigation. In season 1, we're headed to Denver.
UC 7775 in Denver, Colorado. Today is August 25th.
Where FBI agents are investigating political activists following the murder of George Floyd. A mysterious man rolls into town. He's wearing military fatigues, and he has a cigar dangling from his lips.
Does that even sound like somebody that would fit in? Does that sound like somebody that would fit in? Somebody in military fatigues with a cigarette or with a cigar dangling out of their mouth? It's like, seriously?
The car he drives is unmistakable, a silver hearse.
He was very convincing, but he did explain, he was for this BLM movement, and inside his hearse was like a lot of guns.
Was this the guy the movement needed to take things to the next level?
At the end of the day, you come to me, I got something for you. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Or did he have a secret agenda?
He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, the meeting spot, and then for sure he was trying to get that happen.
He's a bad guy. The bad guys attract bad guys. And I feel like he's going to keep doing this forever.
They want to cover up the fact that, look,
Facts. You don't see the Klan being so welcoming. You don't see 1% motorcycle clubs being so welcoming. You don't see prison gangs being so welcoming. This is that goofy movement shit. And I mean, the thing is that like, there's no excuse, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we've had the experience curve for dealing with this kind of shit from the government since the 1960s and before. There's no excuse for this. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse for this. There was a choice that people made. You know what I'm saying? People could have vetted him properly, or people could have just let him in based on whatever bias factors that they let him in on. And they let him in based on their own self-hating and bias factors. And so now they end up getting what they got. And the thing is that this is a systemic problem. Why is it that the KKK is still running strong? All these white supremacist militias and all these white supremacist militias are still running strong, but there's no group that black people have that has been around since post-slavery that's still around today. Why is that? This is goofy movement. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta agree with Black Bitcoin Key. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is embarrassing. And that's why a lot of people ain't really talking about it. A lot of people got to only talk about shit to make it look like we're winning, as if we're actually winning. You know what I'm saying? Which is a false premise. You know what I'm saying? If you're actually winning, you don't need to go around and say you're winning because the results say that you're winning. This is some loser shit right here. You know what I'm saying?
state and federal law enforcement caused violence here.
The trailer to the new podcast, Alphabet Boys, out today on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or any other podcast platform. The podcast centers on an FBI informant named Mickey Windecker, a convicted felon who once fought, he said, with the Kurdish Peshmerga. This clip from Alphabet.
And this dude was a felon. He was a felon. Somebody make it make sense to why it made any kind of logical sense to allow this dude to have special access in the interiors of movements. I gotta agree, Bitcoin. It makes us look like we are dumb and haven't learned anything in the last 60 years. I mean, things always fall apart in the same way. And I think that people should step back and ask, why do things always seem to fall apart in the same way? You know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's a bad question to ask, but I think that people have too much pride. People have too much money to lose, and people are worried about losing the bag. People worried about losing money. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people that's in this kind of stuff for money. So if things corrected themselves, then they wouldn't have a hustle to be able to feed themselves and feed their families. Because then people would have autonomy to be able to start doing their own thing. You know what I mean? So there always has to be some kind of dysfunction, whether it's from some kind of infiltration or whether it's from some kind of goofy moves that people are being encouraged to do.
Alphabet Boys begins with a Denver racial justice activist named Zebediah Hall, who will be joining us talking about Mickey Windecker.
I didn't know much about him, but he drove a hearse. And inside his hearse was like a lot of guns, you know, like AR-15s and all that kind of shit. I never held one of those before in my life. Man, I held it. And I was like, oh, shit. I'm pro-gun and everything, but I never held anything like that.
Didn't I tell you? I told you these people had never dealt with no AR-15s. Like all of those, that's white people shit and criminal degenerate shit, having all those guns around. These people that was in these movements, they have motherfuckers that's dealing with guns. They don't have no gun collection. but he introduced them to something new. Here you go. Try this apple. You know what I'm saying? All the people that go to church all the time spend their time sweating and screaming in church. They didn't read the book of Genesis about who came along with the apple, about the motherfucker that came along with the AR-15s. Just dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was just this badass dude, you know, talking about he worked in the foreign military. He was for the Black Lives Matter movement. And, you know, it just seemed interesting, you know.
In August 2020, with millions of Americans protesting across the country, activist Zeb Hall invites a guy he's met at one of the demonstrastrations to his apartment in Denver to talk about plans for the future.
The way I look at it is like, it has to happen. It's like you said. I mean, how extreme do you expect it? Would you want it to go?
An excerpt from the podcast Alphabet Boys. The FBI informant Mickey Windecker played a key role in organizing the protests in Denver. He would also go on to give the activist Zebediah Hall $1,500 to buy a gun for him, which led to Zeb Hall being arrested for transferring a firearm to a felon.
So as you can see, again, this dude is just using basic rudimentary entrapment techniques. Now, this is what I want to ask everybody. I want to ask everybody, why did this work so easily? Why was it so easily to make a fool out of the entire BLM movement in Colorado? Why was it so easy to do that? And here's my question. Is that kind of stuff still being done now? Is it too fast? Should I turn it down one? Yeah, exactly. And that's the kind of logic that they would use for us. You know what I'm saying? Here, I'm gonna put the playback speed on 1.25.
Some of the FBI's actions have been compared to the agency's covert COINTELPRO program, that's counterintelligence program, which targeted civil rights groups and other activist movements in the 1960s and 70s. In a moment, Zebediah Hall will join us from Denver. We'll also be joined by former FBI agent Mike German, who now works at the Brennan Center. But first, let's turn to Trevor Aronson, who created the Alphabet Boys podcast. Trevor's in a...
So you said that it was okay at 1.5. Because that's one thing that they've been doing. They've been trying to hit me with copyrights. I don't think that these people like me using their content the way that I use it, because I see other people using whole videos and different things like that, and they keep the video up and it's still monetized and everything. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think people like the kind of commentary that I put over their stuff, so they selective and try to block my content through the copyright striking system. So I want to make sure that that they're not able to do that.
Award-winning investigative journalist, contributing writer for The Intercept. He's author of the book, The Terror Factory, Inside the FBI's Manufactured War on Terrorism. I mean, this is an astounding podcast series, Trevor. You've got the undercover recordings.
And so now check this out, right? This is what I want y'all to pay attention to. It was a white dude that infiltrated the movement, and the black people still wasn't even smart enough to be able to document it and make money off of how they were infiltrated. Another white dude got all the information, and now he's making money off of how this black movement was infiltrated. This is what I'm talking about goofy movements. Moving goofy. They're not salvaging anything out of this. You know what I'm saying? So you got a white dude that came in, took over and corrupted the movement, was paid $20,000 by the FBI to do it, and now you got this white dude here who's telling the story, getting paid off of it because it's a brilliant documentary series. And you got this white lady right here who's one of them folks. She's telling the story about it. You know what I'm saying? This actually happened to my community, but I got to use these people's permission, or either I got to circumvent using their permission to tell this story on my platform. It's just a complete cycle of goofy movements, and nobody ever addresses it.
Of, for example, the black activist Zeb speaking to this man, Mickey Windecker, who would travel around in a silver hearse. First, if you can tell us where you got these recordings, if you can, but lay out the story for us.
Sure. I can't talk about sourcing for the recordings or the records, but what I can say is that what's significant about this show is that it's the first behind-the-scenes look at how the FBI infiltrated and investigated racial justice groups and the racial justice movement during the summer of 2020, which
like this kind of content should be on TD's channel or Torian's channel or Phil Scott's channel. This isn't for Democracy Now! So this is what I'm saying. We get played on every angle of everything that we are doing. Everybody gets paid off of it except for us. Facts. If you guys agree with Tasha, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And that's a good question, Bronze. Why ain't Roly Poly's big, fat, knot-headed ass talking about this? I don't know. That's a good question. He probably busy stuffing his face with chitlins and pig feet. You know what I'm saying?
for 2 years now has always been an open question, which is how did the FBI respond to the racial justice movement, given the context that the FBI had previously designated Black political activists as so-called Black identity extremists or anti-government extremists. And what's significant about this is that,
and that's what Terrence was talking about in the comment section, that Black identity extremist part. But you got a white dude sitting up here talking about it. The same mistake that happened with allowing that individual to infiltrate Black Lives Matter. You guys notice that the GOP, they don't never have Herschel Walker. They don't never have Tim Scott. They don't never have Ben Carson as their front man, do they? They cool to be support staff, but they don't never be the front man. How many of y'all are tired of seeing these people trying to tell our stories and rearrange stuff? And now here's my next question. If you're tired of it, what's the plan to change the course of things?
the FBI in Denver, according to internal FBI recordings or internal FBI reports and undercover recordings, hired a convicted felon with a history of sexual assault and menacing with a weapon to infiltrate these groups while being paid thousands of dollars.
Carlton ain't never lied, man. That's what Carlton, my dude. Someone casually driving a hearse is a red flag. Yeah, somebody casually having a bunch of AR-15s inside of a boot, like pencils inside of a pencil case. That's a little red flaggish. You know what I mean? A little bit red flaggish, just a little bit. If you've never committed a crime and someone's saying, hey, why don't you go over there and shoot this person up? Why don't you go over there and drop a bomb over here? A little bit red flaggish, don't you think? Just a little bit. I got to agree with Ronnie. Ronnie says that the common sense wasn't there. And it was all emotional choices. It's plain to see. I agree. He was driving Bitcoin. He was driving a silver Hertz, bro. That was his car. He was driving a silver Hertz. Like waiting for Undertaker and Kane to pop out of it or something. You know what I'm saying?
Dollars. And the shades of COINTELPRO that are part of this rise from the fact that Mickey Windecker, the informant, ended up becoming a leader in the protest movement, just as we saw informants in the 1960s and 1970s during COINTELPRO become leaders in those movements, and then accuse other leaders, or the real leaders.
That's him right there. That's him putting on that mask. You mean to tell me you can't tell this dude is suspect?
Protest movement, just as we saw informants in the 1960s and 1970s during COINTELPRO become leaders in those movements, and then accuse other leaders, or the real leaders of these groups, of being informants. It's a practice called snitch jacketing that was used to devastating effect against Black political groups in the 1960s. And that's exactly what happened in Denver. Mickey became a leader of the racial justice movement there, accused real leaders of being informants when they were not.
Why did he become a leader? See, that's the question that we all have to ask. Why did he become a leader? How did he become a leader? There's only one way that he became a leader. The people in that community made him a leader, which they shouldn't have done. He wears the cop sunglasses. Bro, facts. He looks like a cop. You know what I'm saying? He looks like a cop.
And then once he was in a position of leadership, attempted to entrap local activists in crimes, in some cases violent crimes. In fact, Mickey and the FBI went so far as to try to stitch together a supposed plot to assassinate Colorado's Attorney General, Phil Weiser.
Do you guys hear this? They went so far as to try to come up with a fake plot that they were going to assassinate the Colorado Attorney General. And mainstream America and the Fox News crowd will take this and run with it and never mention anything about this FBI infiltration. I got to agree with Carlton. Carlton says, I think if he had worn a shirt that said agent, they would have still let him in. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. A horse no neck sleeve tattoo should always be fitting a red flag. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Now, if you ask me, there should be more people talking about this, right? Which to me, the fact that more people aren't talking about it, that's kind of a red flag of agent activity as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's just something to think about.
Called snitch jacketing that was used to devastating effect against black political groups in the 1960s. And that's exactly what happened in Denver. Mickey became a leader of the racial justice.
And that's that snitch jacketing shit. That's why, you know, I always, anytime I hear that word agent, I kind of side-eye the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that I don't know anybody in history that's been accused of being an agent by casual civilians that's ever been convicted of being an agent. Nobody who ever gets called an agent arbitrarily is ever the subject of any of these. And they let this person here run throughout this whole entire movement while not calling him an agent, and he turned out to be an agent. So, I mean, there's more to it, more goofiness than just allowing this dude to infiltrate the movement. People still moving silly like that. You know what I'm saying? Braun says he would pull up with the bulletproof vest with the agent on the back, and they silly asses would still let him in. Yeah, they still let him in. We're talking about where the party at. Do you listen to rap? You know what I'm saying? You ever had some collard greens? Like, shut up with that dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying?
Part of this rise from the fact that Mickey Windecker, the informant, ended up becoming a leader in the protest movement, just as we saw informants in the 1960s and 1970s during COINTELPRO become leaders in those movements, and then accuse other leaders, or the real leaders of these groups, of being informants, a practice called snitch jacketing that was used to devastating effect against black political groups in the 1960s. And that's exactly what happened in Denver. Mickey became a leader of the racial
I feel it,
there,
Black Bitcoin Key.
Leaders of being informants when they were not. And then once he was in a position of leadership,
I feel it because, like, because you would think that there's some kind of learning curve at play. You know what I'm saying? You would think that there's some kind of learning curve at play. But if you ask me, this is some evidence that kind of goes against that notion.
Attempted to entrap local activists in crimes, in some cases violent crimes. In fact, Mickey and the FBI went so far as to try to stitch together a supposed plot to assassinate Colorado's Attorney General, Phil Weiser, which ultimately went nowhere, but shows you the scale that the FBI had in trying to manufacture a plot that activists could get behind that would then reveal these activists as being violent. And I think it's important to understand the context in which this happened. In 2020, the Trump administration at the time was really beating the drum on this idea that Antifa and Black Lives Matter activists were potentially violent. This was a narrative that was being reinforced and echoed by right-wing media at the time. And what you're seeing in its undercover recordings is the FBI essentially trying to make that possible and happen. Ultimately, that does not happen. Obviously, there was no assassination plot or attempt against Phil Weiser, the Colorado Attorney General.
So what this shows is that the right wing are actually the ones working with the FBI. That's what this shows. Remember what I was telling you guys? The Manhattan Institute gives the talking points. The talking points go to the politicians, and the politicians give the government directives. So the FBI was definitely working under the direction and tutelage of a right-wing government to attempt to exploit minority plights. And here you see it playing out right in front of your face. Then what you see is that being that this was Black Lives Matter, what was supposed to be a predominantly black operated movement for alleged social justice, they allowed a white person to take it over and corrupt it. They allowed him to do it. They also allowed him to sit there and call other people who had been there longer than he was around. They was allowing him to call them snitches. How does any of this happen is my question.
But the FBI, using this paid informant, went to extreme lengths to try to make that happen.
Well, Trevor, as you mentioned, this was a tactic used often during COINTELPRO in the 60s and the 70s, but it's become standard practice for the FBI and law enforcement. I think back to during the Seattle World Trade Organization protests, there were undercover agents then trying to spur extreme action among the protesters during the period after the 9/11.
I got to agree with Bitcoin Key. If you guys agree with Bitcoin Key, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree. And my thing is that we really shouldn't wonder, because I mean, this, here you go. This is evidence. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree with Sari too. As Neely Fuller said, silly mode on point. Yeah. Yeah, big facts, Bronze. If I would have been peeping the game, and if I hadn't noticed, you know what I'm saying, a little bit too much going on, I'd have had to been like, yo, man, y'all got to get this dude out of here, or else I'm out. I'm out, because I'm not dealing with this. I'm not doing this. And then they probably would have turned around and said that I was a snitch. And oh boy would have probably told those idiots to try to kill me or to do something to me, and they would have listened, because what's the world like without listening to somebody like that telling you what to do and you just doing it blindly? That's why those athletes get paid so much money, just blindly listening to one of these. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Attacks. There were undercover FBI agents who tried to infiltrate Muslim groups around the country, trying to get them to participate in acts. So this has been a regular feature of the FBI. Have you been able to see whether they were doing this to the same extent among the right-wing groups that were actually involved in major terrorist attacks across the country?
Absolutely. So this is a tactic that became commonplace in the post 9/11 era, which was that the FBI used undercover agents or informants to, in the case of counterterrorism investigations, go into Muslim communities.
So in the post 9/11 era, they're talking about the Patriot Act. But what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is what Democracy Now! Just did. What Democracy Now! Just did is they just shifted the conversation from black people to talking about Arabs, which this is one of the reasons why we have to have our own mainstream media outlets. We have to have our own media outlets. You know what I'm saying? Because these people are so uncomfortable with talking about black people as a result of their actions against black people, that anytime something happens to black people, it's okay to start the conversation off about it, but we have to take it away from black people and put it onto somebody else, so we can say, see, it's not really that bad what happened to black people, because this happened to everybody. And it doesn't matter what they think about it being that bad. Of course, they're not going to think that it's that bad. They're always the perpetrators.
Find someone who might be interested in violence and make everything possible, providing the means, the opportunity, and in most cases, the bomb or the weapon that ultimately would be used, then arrest that person and announce to the public a terrorism plot foiled. And so what's significant here is that we're seeing a lot of the powers and tactics used against would-be terrorists or supposed terrorists in the post 9/11 era being applied against political activists in Denver in the summer of 2020. And the reason that is significant is that the internal FBI—
And this didn't have anything to do with the post 9/11 era. This was going on. If you guys remember the article that we just read from The Guardian, this was going on back in the 60s with COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was way before 9/11. We're talking specifically about what white people and the white government did to black people and black civil rights movements. And what they're doing is they're trying to implement 9/11 into it, for one, to, in the background, subliminally program that never forget BS. And then also to make it like, well, you know, this is just something that happens. This is just something that happens. It's not something that's specific to what's going on with black people. You know what I'm saying?
Records show in the case in Denver that the FBI launched its investigation based on nothing more than First Amendment protected activities, which were essentially things that Zebediah Hall and other activists had said, which in some cases were quite incendiary, but ultimately were First Amendment protected activities. And yet they launched this investigation based solely on that, without any reason to believe that any of these activists were moving toward a plot of violence or anything of the like. And as for the question of whether this happens on the right, it does. You know, obviously there have been other plots that have targeted right-wing activists. The most well-known right now is the plot that targeted a group of men in Michigan in a supposed plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. And so I think what's important about this story now is that we are entering this phase when Jim Jordan and the Congress are about to launch this committee that is specifically looking to establish this narrative that the FBI is solely focused on this type of tactic against right-wing groups and right.
So now, white people, Jim Jordan and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, they and Ron DeSantis, they completely delete history. There is no significant history of right-wing government group infiltration in the United States. It has happened. It's not that it hasn't happened, but there's no significant history of it, or there's no significant pattern of it. But what they're doing is they're going to forego all of this past history and say that this is what's done to conservatives. You ever notice that when it comes to conservatives, they take, as much as they hate black people, they take everything that has happened to black people and say this is happening to conservatives. Why is that? It's the same thing that people do on TikTok, stealing dances. Corny ass Tom McDonald. Come up with your own shit. This is one of the reasons why people had to start getting more things in place to where people can combat these arguments and these talking points. Because we're dealing with a dishonest group of people that are literally just delete parts of history as it's convenient to them, as you can clearly see. You can clearly see. You guys remember when Ron DeSantis lied and said that Abraham Lincoln said that all men are created equal? Abraham Lincoln didn't say that. But these are our politicians that will do anything. Anything. They will do anything to attempt to make their point or their message legitimate, even when it's not. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys have not shared the video out to your social media, please take a moment and share the video out to your social media. And also make sure that you guys hit the bell icon and subscribe if you're not subscribed and you're watching.
Wing political activists, when that isn't true. What ultimately is true is that the FBI has an enormous amount of power that deserves a lot more oversight than it currently receives. And all sorts of groups from left to right are subjected to this kind of activity by the FBI. And so this narrative that the right wing is attempting to establish that the FBI is prejudiced against right-wing groups and we're only seeing this activity among right-wing groups, there is evidence of that. And no doubt Jim Jordan will find it. But the truth is that this is far more extensive. It involves many groups. And in most cases, I would argue, if you look at the history of prosecutions in the post-9/11 era, these types of tactics are used far more against left-wing activists and left-wing political groups than they are against right-wing groups.
Even though the intelligence committees have found that it is domestic terrorism far right.
So now pay very close attention to how white people take race out of it by saying right wing and left wing. No, these were black groups. The Black Panthers were a black group. We have to force the way that we talk onto these people. You don't get to absolve yourself of any kind of racial innocence by calling something left wing and right wing. The Black Panthers were exactly what it said. They were the Black Panthers because it was black people that were dealing with political oppression from white people and the white government here in the United States. I mean, that's just a fact. That's American history. The very people that claim that they don't want history erasure want to erase the part of history that doesn't make them look so good. Now, this is American history. And it doesn't matter whose feelings are hurt. It doesn't change history. But as you can see, what we have is we have these particular people attempting to change the narrative. And Bronze God said, I also noticed in the article they called them the Panthers. Right. There's always a constant effort from these people, as well as immigrants and everybody else, to erase some element of blackness. They weren't called the Panthers. The Panthers are an NFL team. They were called the Black Panthers. This is them being disrespectful. And this is one of the reasons why they need to get called out and ran through the mud anytime they're disrespectful. There needs to be hardcore, lasting, impressionable consequences anytime there's any kind of violation. And I mean, this shit right here is severe violations. But at the same time, let's not get it twisted. Those people in Denver need to get ran through the mud. Those people in Denver need to get ran through the mud. There needs to be a plaque on everybody's table with a whole roster of each of those goofballs' names that allowed this kind of infiltration to happen because you're goofy. And one lesson that people can learn in life is to do everything opposite that you did in order to be successful. Shout out to Brill. What up with it, bro?
Right wing that is the greatest threat to the United States right now. And you're talking about the select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government chaired by Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. That's meeting on Thursday. But let's turn to a video capturing when FBI informant Mickey Windecker met with his FBI handlers. By the way, he's denying he's an FBI informant. Met with his FBI handlers before he met with the Denver activist Zeb Hall.
It is August 28th, 2020 at approximately 4:02 p.m. Special Agent Scott Dahlstrom with Special Agent Byron Mitchell, CHS, for meet with Zebedias Hall. Thank you. You can hear this. I'll put it in my front pocket, right? Yeah. Okay. See how nice and slender they are?
This dude is a rat. He wearing all kind of wires.
Slender they are.
Now, here's the thing, right? What you see is that they're not talking about this on the mainstream media in any element of it. They're not talking about this on conservative media, and they're also not talking about it on liberal media. Now, here goes my question for you guys. Why are they not talking about it? And shout out to my man Brill, who just hit the like button and shared it to Facebook. How come they're not talking about this? You would think that the left-wing media, CNN, right, ABC, CBS, you would think that they would talk about this, but they're not talking about it. Here's the question: why not?
Video look good? Yep. Yeah, look handsome. Not as handsome as that kid.
So that's Mickey Windecker talking to his handlers, going out to meet the guest we're joined by right now, Zebedias Hall, or Zeb Hall, a Denver activist targeted by the FBI, featured in the Alphabet Boys podcast, joining us from Denver. I mean, Zeb, this is such an amazing story, because you'd think if the FBI wanted to infiltrate a group like a Black Lives Matter group, they wouldn't have someone who just appears so different in every way.
What do you guys think? Right. Did you look? Look at that.
Video look good? Yep. Yeah, look handsome. Not as handsome as that kid.
So that's Mickey Windecker talking to his handlers, going out to meet the guest we're joined by right now, Zebedias Hall, or Zeb Hall, a Denver activist targeted by the FBI, featured in the Alphabet Boys podcast, joining us from Denver. I mean, Zeb, this is such an amazing story, because you'd think if the FBI wanted to infiltrate a group.
Listen, Bitcoin Key. Listen to what she says. Listen to this part right here, particularly. Listen to this.
To his handlers, going out to meet the guest we're joined by right now, Zebedias Hall, or Zeb Hall, a Denver activist targeted by the FBI, featured in the Alphabet Boys podcast, joining us from Denver. I mean, Zeb, this is such an amazing story, because you'd think if the FBI wanted to infiltrate a group like a Black Lives Matter group, they wouldn't have someone who just appears so different in every way. This white guy who is blatantly driving the silver hearse filled with automatic weapons. I mean, it is amazing. So,
is it amazing or is it dumb? Is it amazing or is it dumb? Or is it amazingly dumb? As long as we got people moving like this, there's no reason for people to ask why we have the issues that we have. And you just got to sit there and tell yourself that the world is correct, because it is. Yeah, I got to agree with Bronze. She definitely clowning low-key. And I agree with PD Chicago B1. Stupid as hell. And he is. He's one of the stupid people. If you guys agree with Tasha, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree 100%. She's rubbing it in like you stupid Negroes. Facts. They all are. There's no black people eating off of this. The white informant got paid $20,000. The white guy, the bald-headed guy in this, is making however much money he's making off of that Alphabet Boys podcast. And, you know, this woman here on Democracy Now! Is making as much money as she makes for her videos that she puts out on Democracy Now! There is no black people making any money off of this. I'm probably going to make like 2 cents off of this on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Sean. What's good with it, bro? And I gotta agree with Bitcoin Key. When I seen him get on this, I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me, man. This dude showed his face. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Crazy.
Talk about how you met up with him, your involvement in BLM, Black Lives Matter, and why you came to believe that he was a fellow traveler, if you will.
See, she's laughing because she's like, yeah, y'all so stupid. Y'all hate yourself so bad that anything that doesn't look like you come around and just give it automatic privileges. That's what she's saying. That's white supremacist brain damage that a lot of non-white people know that black people deal with, and they exploit it every time. That's one of the reasons why this happens all the time, because of white supremacist brain damage. And then when you talk about it, if you talk about it, people will sit there and tell you that you're being anti-white. They should have been kicked that dude out. They should have never even let him come through the door. Now, again, like I said, that's not saying that if you earn your place, you can't be a part of the movement, but to automatically accept somebody just because you hate who you are, you hate yourself, you've been subjected to white supremacist brain damage, and you just automatically think that somebody's actions, intelligence, and intentions are more legitimate than yours simply because of skin color legitimization, you're falling into the same trap that has actually landed us where we are. Yeah, I agree. They invite them like that in Africa too, bro. Don't even get me started, because then them folks will be talking about I'm them folks will be talking about I'm being xenophobic. And yeah, I gotta agree. Like Bitcoin Key, I ain't mad at that. I mean, because clearly there's a pattern of infiltration. You know what I'm saying? There's never been where that hasn't worked out as a detriment. You know what I'm saying? And then, as you can see, who all's making money? Not only did the movement get derailed, but everybody else is making money. So the only, like, when it comes to this situation, the only people that lost out on anything with this were black people. And all the white people involved, even the ones that are reporting the story, capitalized on it. Think about that. Let that marinate real quick. Carlton said, I bet if I came in driving a Hertz, BLM would have beaten me up and called the cops. Yeah. I bet you if I told them cats, man, y'all goofballs and I ain't even messing with y'all movement, I'll be watching on TV, they'd have said that I was a coon. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's what I mean, Black Bitcoin Key. Right. And that makes sense, because they sure as hell don't let us inside. I mean, like, the thing, what Malcolm X said is not something abnormal. That's literally what everybody practices except us. You know what I'm saying? But I want y'all to pay attention to this, though. Everybody's making money off of this. And I guarantee you the money that they make off of it, they're not going to recoup it back into this organization to compensate for what it is that they lost as a result of FBI infiltration. And here's another question. Has this organization even filed a civil rights lawsuit against the FBI? Have they done that? You know what I'm saying?
I first met, well, thanks for having me. I first met Mickey at one of the earlier protests, either it had been early July or late June. He was around a lot of folks, taking information, phone numbers and whatnot. It was quite odd. We were all confused.
So, I mean, look, this is what I'm saying, man. He was around people asking for names, birthdays, and social security numbers, had his little notepad flipped out. It was quite odd. And what did y'all do? Y'all invited him into the movement. Listen, man, I ain't trying to be funny, but this is one of the reasons why, for the most part, aside from a select circle, a few people that I deal with, man, I work alone. He sound like Donovan Sharp. He sound like he about dull as Donovan Sharp. This is one of the reasons why I work alone.
That he was a fellow traveler, if you will.
I first met, well, thanks for having me. I first met Mickey at one of the earlier protests, either in early July or late June. He was around a lot of folks, taking information, phone numbers and whatnot. It was quite odd. We were all confused. We didn't know what to expect. And it was
So then why didn't y'all get him up out of there? So this guy admits to confusion. You know what I'm saying? This guy admits that it was some strange things going on. And they just ignored it. He was acting like he was at a crime scene. He was up there acting like he was at a crime scene. Listen. This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
And why you came to believe that he was a fellow traveler, if you will.
I first met, well, thanks for having me. I first met Mickey at one of the earlier protests, either in early July or late June. He was around a lot of folks, taking information, phone numbers and whatnot. It was quite odd. We were all confused. We didn't know what to expect. And it was very terrifying down the line when we found out more about him. It's a very dangerous history this gentleman had. And I think it's very terrifying, especially the fact that, it was sent to our BLM movement in the hopes of tarnishing it.
So who allowed him to enter the BLM movement? That's my question. I want everybody to answer that question for me in the comment section. Who allowed that guy entry into the BLM movement? Who allowed him there? Did anybody put a gun to anybody's head and say, you have to let this individual in this movement? Did anybody do that? I'm pretty sure nobody did that.
And Zeb Hall, what led you to begin to think that he might not be on the up and up, and what were some of the examples of ways he tried to get people to do things they normally would not do?
Yeah, it's towards the I would probably say towards there was a march on the headquarters of the police department, and people were just starting to get more, how would I say, rowdy than usual. And he's yelling at people, making orders and whatnot. And sometime down the line, it was really evident when Colorado Springs Antifa released an article explaining more about this gentleman. It was very heinous and scary.
So until that article came out, you had no suspicion that he might be an agent provocateur or undercover informant?
It was very confusing. It was so much going on that summer. We didn't know what to expect, but we never would have thought that the FBI would have sent a gentleman like that to our movement. Everything was really confusing. It's so hard to put things together looking back now. But it's, I would say at the end of the day that
I don't know, but that sounds about right. That sounds about right. You know what I'm saying? That definitely sounds about right.
I think most of the things that happened, either be violent or confusion, wouldn't have happened without the FBI and their informant, Michael Windecker.
Let's go to hear the FBI informant, Mickey Windecker, in a recording he made after he was accused of being an informant. He spoke in front of a flag for the Kurdistan Workers' Party and an AR-15 style assault rifle. That was his background.
So there's a group or an individual that's claiming that
this dude looks like a white supremacist. Are you serious? Come on, man. You think that, like, seriously? You giving this dude intimate secrets and hanging out with this cat? This cat looks like a cop. He looks like an inbred militia member.
they are Antifa Colorado Springs. And in fact, that I believe they are actually not Antifa Colorado Springs because I believe they're actually a cop. This individual has posted stuff discrediting other individuals that are fighting against the fascists in Denver, Colorado, such as cutting the plastic.
He got some drink sitting right there. So he gets drunk before his performances. This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
And other communist groups and other individuals. I, for one, am not amused or pleased about the that's going on.
So that's Mickey Windecker accusing Antifa of being the informants.
So that's there you go right there. There you go right there. This is the only reason why white people come around. They don't care about anything that you're trying to do because they look at anything that you're trying to do as some kind of harm to their sovereignty, despite the fact that we all know that it's not. Preserving our sovereignty is not a threat or a harm to anybody else's sovereignty, unless you live in a race-based oppression system where the only way that you do have sovereignty is maintaining a bottom-class group to be able to draw from. I have no idea what that flag. Maybe I have no idea what that flag is in the background. It's a snitch flag, but this dude looks like he burns crosses on the weekend. Looks like he's taking his sister out on a couple dates, and he's hugging that AR-15 like it's the only thing that he's ever had in the world. Definitely red flag signs. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DJ Elmo. I think that Arabic writing on his shirt is part of the military that he claimed to have been involved in.
They are Antifa Colorado Springs. And in fact, that I believe they're actually not Antifa Colorado Springs because I believe they're actually a cop.
So here's him doing the snitch jacketing technique, which is not something that's specific to white informants. You see black people doing this all the time too. This is the snitch jacketing technique where you're an informant or you're a snitch. And then you turn around and try to start pointing people out as if they're the ones that are snitches.
It's a group that or an individual that's claiming that they are Antifa Colorado Springs. And in fact, that I believe they're actually not Antifa Colorado Springs because I believe they're actually a cop. This individual has posted stuff discrediting other individuals that are fighting against the fascists in Denver, Colorado, such as Cutting the Plastic and other communist groups and other individuals. I, for one, am not amused or pleased about the that's going on.
So that's Mickey Windecker accusing Antifa of being the informants. Zeb Hall, talk about how you were entrapped then, how he gave you money to buy a gun for him, and what happened next.
So he entrapped this dude. This dude had never bought a gun before in his life, and he let this white dude trick him into buying a gun. I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Black Bitcoin Key, give me a thumbs up. This is so dumb and basic, and it's literally the same thing that these people have been doing, not only for their entire existence, but all over the world. And it's one of the reasons why the world is in the shape that it's in the majority of countries in the world, in the Arabic world, Latin America, Africa, even Russia, and Eastern Europe. You know what I'm saying? When I start making some more videos for that international news channel, we're going to talk about that. Those other aspects of how this stuff goes.
Yeah, I'll start off saying, I was scared, but, I've got to own the fact that I purchased the firearm. It was just quite odd. And, then the way in which, he explained it to me, I just didn't understand. I never purchased a gun before, and I get this gun for this gentleman. And, shortly after,
So why would you purchase one now? See, that's the question. If you had never purchased a gun before, why would you allow some oddball stranger that doesn't belong to encourage you to purchase a gun? Does that make any sense? Think about that. Does that make any sense whatsoever? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the video out, please make sure that you guys share the video out. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice.
Information comes out about his criminal history and who he is. And, I'm terrified at this point. And come around January, an article comes out, with Mr. Shelby, who will be mentioned later on. And at that point, I was absolutely terrified. It's I was just afraid. I own what I did. And, I never thought I'd be in a situation like this, but, here we are. It was just a terrifying experience. We were all afraid.
Well, that's the problem right there. If you're afraid, you shouldn't be doing things that are scary to you. If this was too much, then maybe you should have thought twice. You know what I'm saying? You have to have concentration and know what you're doing and actually have some level of integrity to be doing these kind of things. This is what I'm talking about moving goofy and being all scared and buck dancing and all. Oh my God, I'm terrified. What are you terrified about? You don't want to open the door for this dude to walk through it. You know what I'm saying?
Bring in former FBI special agent Mike German, now a fellow at the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University Law School. He's written a book titled Disrupt, Discredit, and Divide, How the New FBI Damages Democracy. Mike German, talk to us about these efforts by the FBI to especially target social movements on the left.
So again, now, as you can see, Democracy Now! Is not even talking about this in the way that it needs to be talked about, because Democracy Now! Is taking the racial element out of it as much as they can. Well, these democracy movements no, it's not about left or right. This is about white people attempting to sabotage and infiltrate black civil rights movements because they want to be able to maintain the race/class structure of the United States. It has nothing to do with politics. This is politics that are bipartisan, that both sides are on board with. If you guys don't think that the Democrat cities are working with the Republican cities that are sending the migrants there to bust up majority black areas, something's wrong with you. Because that's exactly what's happening. A blood contract was signed. Lori Lightfoot, Eric Adams, and all of these people have all signed blood contracts with Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis. And what we see in the media is a front for them to act like they're outraged that they're busing these people there. But there's a receipt. Those people in those locations have businesses like Uber set up already to bus those people to wherever they need to go. They know that if they can get rid of FBA and if they can get rid of ADOS and if they can get rid of Freeman, then the United States never has to make any kind of reconciliation with its disgusting history. Because if you erase the group that's been persecuted, then there's no evidence, and we are the evidence. So what you see right now is them trying to slide the evidence under the rug. So they've set up receiving ports in quote unquote Democrat cities, aka black cities, in order to receive all of these migrants. That's why when you look and you talk to the people on the ground, ain't none of those people happy about accepting all of those migrants into those cities, but the government is still doing it anyway. And it makes the population at large feel good because this takes away from another uncomfortable conversation that they don't have to have. And we know how emotionally charged they easily get when we talk about the history of this country and we go in on their ancestors that they have monuments of all over the place. Which is one of the reasons why you don't see any monuments of our ancestors anywhere. Because people get charged off of that. They get a rush off of it. You know what I'm saying? All of this stuff all works together.
Thanks for having me. Trevor has spent a large part of his career covering this change in the FBI's undercover tactic where they have aggressively used.
Right. Wouldn't it make sense for DeSantis and Abbott to send them back to Mexico? Why would you send them more into the interior of the country? Texas borders Mexico. So it's easier to send a bus of migrants to Chicago than it is to send them back to Mexico. Even if those migrants are from Central America, there's parts of Central America that are the same distance from Florida and from Texas that in some cases are even closer than sending them to places up north like Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So this is all just a joke.
Informants had informant-driven operations targeting mostly Muslim Americans in terrorism investigations.
So now what we're doing now is we're going to say we're targeting mostly Muslim Americans. We have to take black out of it. We have to take black out of it, despite that this is specifically about something that went down with a black organization about the killing of a black man. White guy has to come up here and talk about Muslims. This is one of the reasons why they want to try to stamp out our voices and make it where that we can't talk, and why it's the objective of these individuals here to make it so that black men never have a voice to be able to speak out about any kind of issue. Because if you cripple the black men, then that means that there's no opposition for those people to be able to continue to abuse Black people as a whole, which is one of the reasons why it's extremely important for Black men to start building their platforms, having a voice, and to be able to intellectually beat these people to a pulp.
You know, Trevor has spent a large part of his career covering this change in the FBI's undercover tactic, where they have aggressively used informants, had informant-driven operations targeting mostly Muslim Americans in terrorism investigations with a attack.
Let me ask you guys a question. The title of this, as you guys can see right up here, is COINTELPRO 2. How many Muslim groups were targeted in COINTELPRO? Anybody got a number for me?
Tactic that wasn't designed to uncover criminal activity that was ongoing, but rather to manufacture criminal activity, to create a case where no case had existed before. And what I think is really critical about the reporting on Alphabet Boys is that in many of those cases, Trevor had to rely on court documents or Freedom of Information Act records and statements of the defendants. And defenders of these tactics at the FBI and elsewhere would often say, well, the FBI probably had some other kind of information that justified the use of these tactics that couldn't be released in court or discussed openly. Where here, Trevor has the entire investigative file. And we can see that the FBI here chose somebody with a serious criminal record to infiltrate a social movement and target people
Right,
who were much
right.
less involved.
Big facts. See, and that's what I'm talking about, Sean. Sean says, meanwhile, this is quote unquote a liberal show. Right. Right. So what people need to start doing is people need to start noting and logging and studying these inconsistencies and these malfunctions that these people have, and continue to bang on them and exploit them. And also expand our media platforms off of social media to where we actually have a solid non-social media based media apparatus, printed articles, TV segments, children's programming, you know what I'm saying? Sports commentary, movies. And what we got to understand is that the workaround has to be very creative and unique, because these particular people like J.B. Pritzker want to try to maintain cover of the narrative. I'm telling you, these Democrats are our enemies. They are not friends. Feminists like Nikki Haley are not our friends. You know what I'm saying? People want so badly to just have some camaraderie with somebody that's not Black, which I don't understand, that they'll forego any kind of warning signs and allow somebody to just devour them from inside out. You know what I'm saying?
In any criminal activity, and actually to stoke violence at these protests. And that's a tactic that, you know, as discussed, is straight out of the COINTELPRO playbook, where the tactics were meant to disrupt and divide social movements rather than to
Did you see that? Did you see that smile? I was looking at that. Look at how he looks. What was that, 2017? Let me see. Hold on real quick. 2017. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that right there.
Involved in any criminal activity, and actually to stoke violence at these protests. And that's a tactic that, you know, as discussed, is straight out of the COINTELPRO playbook, where the tactics were meant to disrupt and divide the social movements rather than to uncover
the Black movements, not the social movements, the Black movements. There was nobody else being affected by the white government except for Black people, the Black movements.
for serious crime.
Zeb, you were sentenced to 3 years probation. I'm wondering, with the police killing of T.Ray Nichols, and also you were dealing not only with George Floyd, but in Aurora, Colorado at the time, the horrific police killing of Elijah McClain, with a massive crackdown on protesters after that as they would engage in violent vigil.
Shout out to Faith Enlighten. What up with it, Faith? So this is wild, man.
Because he played violins for cats and dogs that the local shelter injected with this massive dose of ketamine. Has this changed your approach to the world? Are you afraid to be an activist?
No, I'm more committed.
That's the whole point. The whole point of these kind of operations is to make people be afraid. And one of the things that I'm trying to tell people is that people need to embrace villainy and stop being afraid. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I could be afraid of. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that we all could be afraid of. We all have stuff to lose. Everybody has, you know, their own crutches and vices, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? But there are some things that are extremely important. And if you ask me, this kind of thing is extremely important. Now, here we are in 2023 amidst the issues with Tyre Nichols, right? Here's my question. If we're just now finding out about this, what else do you think has happened that we don't know about? Let me ask you guys this. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Sari. Yeah, I'd advise everybody to watch that Pritzker broadcast. We might actually throw a little bit. We might actually talk about Pritzker a little bit in this one. It depends. It depends.
You know, it was a terrifying experience, but you know, I know what I signed up for. This is a lifelong thing. You know, even though it does affect us as Black people more, I do understand this is a situation that all people in America have to deal with. So it's no, I'm more committed than I was before. This is going to be a lifelong thing.
And Trevor Aronson, in the last 30 seconds we have, what you want people to take away from this podcast series dropping today, the Alphabet Boys.
So I think it's important to recognize that not only did Mickey Windecker try to set up activists like Zeb in specific crimes, but that he played a large role in turning what were otherwise demonstrations and protests into what became full-out assaults on police stations in Denver. Some of the most violent incidents that we saw in Denver that summer had Mickey's fingerprints all over them.
So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about attacks on police stations after this. All right? We're going to get into this. Okay? Because there's always a false narrative about these attacks on these police stations, and we're going to set the record straight as many times as we need to. All right. So real quick, guys, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you hit the bell icon twice. And also make sure, if you guys are not subscribed to my backup channels, that you guys take a moment and subscribe to the backup channels.
He was hyping them up. He was encouraging people to attend. He was encouraging people to become more and more violent. And so, at least in Denver, we have evidence that a government agent was behind many of these protests that ultimately turned violent.
Well, this is a truly astounding podcast series. Trevor Aronson, the host of the new Alphabet Boys podcast, award-winning investigative journalist, contributing writer for The Intercept. Zebediah Hall, thanks so much for joining us from Denver, an activist targeted by the FBI, featured in the podcast, and Mike German for joining us as well, former FBI agent, now a fellow at the Brennan Center for Justice. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
So there's that. So here's my question. How many of you all heard about this situation before tonight? If you all heard about that situation before tonight, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that situation before tonight, give me a thumbs down. Okay. The snitch in the silver hurts. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that. Look at that right there. As racial justice protests broke out nationwide in the summer of 2020, a man driving a silver Hertz became a regular at the demonstrations in Denver. He was a pauchy 5'7" with a ruddy complexion. No, he didn't have a ruddy complexion. He was a white guy. You know what I'm saying? With white skin. I don't know why they're giving his complexion some kind of, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that means. Last time I checked, like ruddy is like iron. You know what I'm saying? Like orange or something like that. Nah, bro, this dude was white with a bunch of tattoos that could probably have got a better job than a black person with a PhD with all those tattoos hugging his gun like it was his daughter. You know what I'm saying? Who wore military fatigues with patches on the sleeves. By activist standards, he was an old-timer, pushing 50 as he swaggered through crowds of teens and 20-something protesters, a cigar clamped in his lips. Now, let me ask you guys something. Does this scream snitch? Does this scream snitch? If this screams snitch, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says, I didn't know much about him, but he drove a hearse, said Zebediah Zeb Hall, a black activist in Denver. Inside the hearse was a lot of guns, AR-15s, and all other kinds of shit. That should have been a red flag right there. Now, Zebediah Hall is the black guy who was in that interview that we just watched. Shout out to Lana. The driver of the hearse filled with guns was Michael Adam Windecker II. He went by the nickname Mickey and boasted of having been a soldier for the French Foreign Legion and the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighting force, mostly known recently for battling the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. So Bitcoin Key, you had asked about those the Arabic lettering on his shirt. That must be what it's from. You know what I'm saying? That right there. So now here it says he claimed to have traveled to those battlefields and trained anti-fascist activists there in weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and explosives. Now, let me ask you a question. I don't really think that all of that is necessary. You know what I'm saying? Especially like in Chicago, maybe like in a more volatile area, because like we know it was going down in Minneapolis, but I didn't hear about any insanity like that going down in Colorado. So we need to be training in guerrilla warfare like that over there. And you're going to be the one doing the training? You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't a red flag. Shout out to Patricia. What's up with it, Patricia? That wasn't a red flag. First of all, him driving the damn hearse should have been a red flag. Like, bro, where did you even get that hearse from? You know what I'm saying? Did you used to work at a funeral home or something? Like, what's up with that? So now here, and then I don't understand what made him a badass dude. He was just this badass dude talking about how he worked in the foreign military and how he was for the Black Lives Matter movement. Hard remember. You'd have had to show me some evidence, first of all. And second of all, like, bro, do you have a wire on, man? What's up with you? The fuck? Do you even know my name? You coming up to me talking about some crazy ass shit? For real. Bruh, why are you coming up to me talking about this? Who are you? Who you working for? I ask those paranoid person questions when people come up to me like, hey, what's good? What is good? Who are you? You ever seen those kind of people, like when you be like, what's up? They'll look at you like you crazy and be like, what's up? That's me. You know what I'm saying? That's me. I would have been like, you gonna have to stay outside. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, if you want to talk, you're gonna have to strip, you're gonna have to let somebody search you. You're gonna have to park your car all the way around the corner somewhere. Like, nah, bruh. You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, we're not talking today. We're gonna have to talk on a different day that I schedule. Yeah, you working for the crematorium or something? Right, and he's an American and fought for another country. Like, Interpol probably looking for you. Yo, how you fighting with the French government and the Kurds and all this crazy shit, man? What's up with you, bro? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Denver was a hotspot during the summer of 2020, with protesters enraged not just by George Floyd's killing in Minneapolis, but also by the senseless death of Elijah McClain, who was forcefully subdued by police in 2019 in Aurora, a Denver suburb, and then injected with a lethal dose of ketamine. How many people remember the Elijah McClain situation? That's where the police used the tactic of excitable delirium as a justification for murder. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Trey Quinn, a muscular black activist with a beard and large frame glasses, led some Denver protests. One night after Quinn had addressed a group of demonstrators, several young activists introduced him to Windecker. Hey, this guy, he's really dope. He's legit. He knows his shit. Quinn remembered being told by the fresh-faced activist, you should let him sit in and he could probably help you out. Windecker was really pushy, Quinn told me, trying to put himself in the forefront. Bryce Shelby, another black activist, remembered seeing Windecker walking around the protest. He had a GoPro camera strapped to his chest, which Shelby initially thought was suspicious. He de-escalated any kind of suspicion because he would start flashing his prison badge, Shelby said. So yeah, you know what I mean? Okay, he's not a Fed. Like, man, this dude is flashing a badge. That's how you know that they understand that psychological conditioning works. Bro, you gonna flash, nigga, what? I don't care about no prison. Was you a prison guard? I don't care about your badge. Man, so many holes, bro. So many holes. They literally just ignored every single sign. Every single sign. And there was mad red flags. Mad red flags. And they just ignored all of them. They just ignored every single red flag that was out there. You know what I'm saying? They ignored all the red flags. Sari said, was the hurt sending a subliminal message? I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't make Black Bitcoin Key, stop typing in what? Stop typing in what? I'm trying to get through this without cracking up laughing, bro. This is crazy. Like, this is crazy. I feel you though, because I can't read a sentence without saying what. I'm just about to keep this up here. I'm just about to keep this up here because I can't. Like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had all the signs in the world. You had all the signs in the world, and they even said, like, yo, this was suspect, this was suspicious. I'm right there with you, Black Bitcoin Key. I'm right there with you, bro. Because every sentence that I read as I go into this, I just keep saying, what? What? All right, Faith, that's what's up. It's insanity. Bro. I'm right there with you. I agree 100. I agree 1000%. We got to read this paragraph again. Look at this. Bryce Shelby, another black activist, remembered seeing Windecker walking around the protest. So he was already perimetering. He had a GoPro camera strapped to his chest. Warning sign number 1. Where is that thing streaming to? Which Shelby initially thought was suspicious. He de-escalated any kind of suspicion because he would start flashing his prison badge. What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, well, I'm definitely not a snitch. Here go my badge right here. Like, what? Shelby said, so yeah, you know what I mean? Okay, he's not a Fed. But Shelby and many other activists in Denver were wrong about the man behind the wheel of the silver Hertz. Bro, this dude is driving a Hertz, man. Like, can we just all pause for a moment? Can we all pause for a moment and acknowledge that my man was driving a Hertz and nobody thought that was weird? Where did you even get a Hertz from, bro? Where'd you get a Hertz? Where did you get a Hertz from? Right. Ravage, Rumble, Laserbeak, Attack, Operation, Co-Intel Pro. Like, seriously? Like, you can't make this up, man. He was doing it just like Soundwave. Ravage, Rumble, Razorbeak, Attack, Operation, Co-Intel Pro. He was. I gotta agree with Lloyd. He was actually warning them. He was actually warning them, man. Windecker was a Fed. So Windecker was an actual agent that nobody called an agent. The FBI paid him tens of thousands of dollars in cash to infiltrate and spy on racial justice groups during the summer of 2020. Okay. For the last year, I've been investigating Windecker and his work for the FBI. I tell that story in detail in a new 10-episode documentary podcast, Alphabet Boys, from Western Sound and iHeart Podcast. So as you can see, them folks will be getting the money for this, despite the fact that it's something that happened to us. Now, if we were to make something that happened to them folks community, them folks would sue and attempt to get at least some percentage of the proceeds from the documentary that we made, claiming that it was about their plight and it's anti-Semitic if we don't contribute, right? But pay very close attention to how these folks just dip into things going on into our communities and get paid off of it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, as part of this investigation, I reviewed more than 300 pages of FBI reports and hours of FBI undercover recordings, as well as publicly available videos recorded by Denver demonstrators and by Windecker himself. I also examined dozens of court files related to Windecker's past and interviewed more than 36 racial justice activists who encountered Windecker during the summer of 2020. The FBI declined to comment on Windecker and the investigation in Denver and refused to respond in writing to a list of questions that I sent. So now here's my question. Why do you all feel that the FBI refused to respond to this? Let me know you guys' best guess of why you all feel that the FBI refused to respond to this. So now here it says Windecker wouldn't tell me much either after I left a note at his old apartment south of Denver explaining that I wanted to interview him for his work about the FBI. He called me. I do not work for the FBI, he said. I've never worked for the FBI. If you get proof of me working for the FBI, then I'll say otherwise. But there's no proof because I didn't work for them. I explained that I had FBI reports and recordings to the contrary. I don't talk to the press. I don't talk to politicians. And I don't talk to police, Windecker told me before hanging up. I just accept checks from them. Now, here's my question. Let me ask you guys a question. I mean, Windecker's still out here just walking around. I'm trying to figure out why he's still out here just walking around. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Just trying to figure out how that works. You think anybody else will let somebody be out here walking around if this happened to them? So that's more evidence that the world is correct. Because when you can do things like that in violation and still have the confidence to be able to walk around in public, then those kind of things are going to continue to happen to you because there's been no consequences. And that's something that we have to account for. You know what I'm saying? Here's the question. How come Jim Clyburn ain't talking about this? This is something that Jim Clyburn can talk about, right? Why ain't he talking about it? How come Maxine Waters ain't talking about it? How come Kamala Harris ain't talking about it? How come none of these alleged black leaders are not talking about this? Roland Martin, Al Sharpton. Anybody got any ideas? This is something that you would think that they should talk about. How come everybody's so quiet? So now here it says FBI payment receipt records show FBI payment receipt records signed by Windecker show that he was paid more than $20,000 for his work during the summer of 2020 when the FBI aggressively pursued racial justice and left-wing activists based on nothing more than First Amendment protected activities. So now we have to sit here and now we have to ask ourselves a question. Why was the FBI so interested in what was going on here? Why was the FBI so interested in what was going on here? The story of the Bureau's infiltration of racial justice activist groups is particularly relevant now, as House Republicans now pay very close attention because the Republicans have the movement hijacking down to a science. Okay. The story of the Bureau's infiltration of racial justice activist groups is particularly relevant now as House Republicans launch a new committee chaired by Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio that seems exclusively focused on the FBI's quote-unquote alleged targeting of right-wing groups. The FBI is a right-wing group. The FBI is a right-wing group. The entire United States government is a right-wing terrorist group. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The entire United States government is a right-wing totalitarian anti-black terrorist organization that's funded by taxpayer dollars. So now here it says the FBI's work in Denver with Windecker as its eyes and ears on the street demonstrate the falsity of that narrative. While on the FBI payroll, Windecker became an organizer of Denver's racial justice demonstrations and ultimately undermined the social movement gaining momentum there by deploying the same controversial tactics the FBI used to devastating effect against black political groups during the civil rights movement. But that didn't happen though, right? So now I got a question for you guys. Do you all feel that the federal government, as well as taxpayers in the United States, owe the descendants of the disbanded civil rights groups a separate claim of reparations? If you guys think that there's a legitimate case for that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says, until now, little has been revealed about the FBI's actions in the summer of 2020. The Denver undercover probe involving Windecker provides the first look behind the scenes at how the FBI viewed and investigated racial justice groups during that turbulent summer. So this is Windecker right here. This is him. That's not suspect right there. That's not suspect right there. I want to ask you guys a question. Does he look does he look suspect? If he looks suspect, give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji. If he does not look suspect, give me a thumbs down. That should be pretty obvious. So this is what he said. He said, I got a song for you guys. So you automatically coming with the banjo shit. Nah, bro, you got to go. That's like if he came and said, I got some fried chicken and some watermelon for y'all. Okay, here, put it on top of your head. I'm going to try to shoot it off. Go stand at about 100 feet and put that watermelon that you brought on your own head. Now stay there. Stay still. I'm going to try to shoot it off of your head. Shout out to my man, Mike Mellis John. What's good with it, bro? So now here it says, any accurate description of Windecker sounds like a cartoon. Listen, every picture of him looks like a cartoon. He looked like Johnny Bravo or something. Right. Right, Patricia. He looked like something out the Duke of Hazzards. Driving in a Hertz. They should have called him Boss Smog. They should have called him Boss Smog. You know what I'm saying? With tattoos all over his body, a scraggly goatee, garishly large rings on his fingers, and a soggy cigar in his mouth. Ugh. Windecker was hard to miss as he drove the streets of the mile-high city in his silver Hertz. This dude was driving a silver Hertz. Come on, man. One rainy summer afternoon, after becoming a paid informant, the agent who never got called an agent. Let me ask you guys a question. How many times do you all hear the word agent being thrown around? And out of all those times that you hear people throwing that word agent around, calling other people agents, how many prosecutions and how many journalism exposures have come of any of the people that's been called agents? So it seems like what we have a pattern of is we have a pattern of calling people agents who never turn out to be agents. And the people that are agents, for some reason, somehow, never get called out. So now let me ask you guys a question. Who's responsible for that? That's almost like that boy that cried wolf shit. Y'all remember that story of the boy that cried wolf? When the wolf actually came, nobody listened. We can make up a new story called The People Who Cried Agent. And when there's an actual agent around, don't nobody listen. So now here it says Windecker met with his FBI handler, Special Agent Scott Dahlstrom. The federal agent clicked on a hidden camera device. It is August 28th of 2020 at approximately 4:02 p.m. Dahlstrom said into the FBI recorder before handing it to Windecker. The video is part of more than a dozen hours of FBI recordings I obtained documenting Windecker's work investigating racial justice activists. Now, let me tell you guys something. They still haven't given any background or any history onto this Windecker dude. We don't know what kind of job he had before he was a snitch. We don't know any of that. Yeah, I'm down, Bitcoin Key. So now here it says, Dahlstrom asked Windecker if he remembered his tasking orders, which involved enticing a black racial justice activist into committing a felony. Yep, I got it, Windecker said. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. So his orders from the United States federal government was to entice a black racial justice activist into committing a felony. The United States government enticed him to do that. Right. Like you call that number and Janine answered the phone. Hey, it's the Ghostbusters. Peter, Egon, Winston, Ray, anybody there? Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Like, come on, man. Listen, man. If you got I don't care. If you pulling up in a Hertz, I'm gone from the scene. Like that's all kinds of bad news. Like, nah, bruh. Nah. And that name Windecker is definitely a red flag. I mean, that's damn near a white supremacist last name. Like, let's just keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? It's certain last names that's prone to certain things. And that's one of those last names that's prone to cross burning. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Windecker walked into his silver Hertz, placed the camera on the passenger seat, and started the ignition. Dahlstrom and his FBI colleagues watched the live feed from their black sedan. I got a song for you guys, Windecker said, looking into the camera lens, speaking directly to the FBI agents. He turned up the volume on his silver Hearst stereo and played America, the theme song from the puppet movie Team America World Police. So here go the lyrics to the song right here. This is crazy. So now here it says, as the song ended, Windecker turned into the camera again, as if on a stage, confident that the FBI agents were watching him. America, Windecker said. So now let me ask you guys a question. Why was Windecker singing the song America to the FBI agents? That's my question. Why was he singing that song America to the FBI agents? That in itself is a dog whistle. What was he talking about? What was he talking about? Sean says because he knows that, like him, they are anti-black bigots. Yeah, super facts. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The United States of America had become Windecker's new employer, and the FBI was paying him to spy on activists that summer day as he barreled down the road. And this is one of the reasons why it doesn't matter if you never owned a slave or not. This is why you owe reparations, because you paid tax dollars to this organization that does this to our people. That's why. Shout out to Amara Woods. What up with it? He got his paycheck, which was $20,000 from the United States, and it was taxpayer funded. So it doesn't matter if you never owned a slave or not. Nobody trying to hear that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? According to internal FBI reports I obtained, Windecker began attending demonstrations in May of 2020. He witnessed firsthand what millions of Americans saw on their screens at home: protests turning violent, clashes between left and right-wing activists, demonstrators and instigators setting fires and vandalizing storefronts. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about those instigators. Okay? Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys know about the instigators who were burning stuff up? Because if you listen to the news, they'll tell you it was one group of people, but when you actually do your research, you'll find out who it actually was. You know what I'm saying? Windecker offered to give the FBI information about the protesters. So you see, Windecker is just snitching all over the place. This is a dude that took his job very serious as an informant. I'm going to do whatever I can for you all. You see? In an internal report, the FBI claimed that Windecker's motivation for becoming an informant was to fight terrorists, and that he believed people who participate in violent civil unrest are terrorists, which is basically code word for white people should be able to racially abuse any group of people in the United States that they so feel fit. If not, then that means that white people are losing their control in the United States, and we can't have that. So whatever I can do to help maintain that, I'm all yours to do. First order of business, break up any black civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? So the Bureau documents detailed Windecker's history as both an informant and a criminal, with prior arrests in Colorado, Nevada, Texas, and Florida. So this dude was a degenerate. But this is what the government will do in order to save a white male's relevance. This dude was a criminal. But what we'll do is we can't have your life messed up because that would totally negate the purpose of the United States. So what we're going to do is we're going to repackage you as an informant and use you for maintaining what America is really all about. And that's a racial class system. You down with that? Yeah, I'm down with that. All right, then let's get it. Let's get it. So they recruited degenerates. So now here it says in their report, adding him to the Bureau's more than 15,000 informants, FBI agents described Windecker as something of a good Samaritan, a kind of volunteer Captain America. Shout out to Crossbones and Red Skull. It's one of the reasons why I tell people to embrace villainy. But that notion was undercut by other Bureau documents, which derailed Windecker's history as both an informant and a criminal, with prior arrests in Colorado, Nevada, Texas, and Florida for crimes, including sexual assault. We'll forgive all of that as long as you get some black people in trouble. In fact, shout out to Hydra. Shout out to MODOK before they messed him up for the TV series. So now here it says when Windecker was 20, he had a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old that he met at a roller skating rink. Anybody surprised? They got a sexual degenerate and said that we'll resurrect you and forgive you if you infiltrate on these black people. So for all of the right-wing people who say that our focus is to maintain the integrity and we care about the little white children, you don't care about the white children more than you care about your white supremacy and racism, because if that was the case, you would keep this predator locked up. But instead, it's okay that he sexually abused a 14-year-old, and that can be forgiven as long as you get some black people in trouble. If that's not what this says, then what does it say? You know, he's a sex offender. You're a 20-year-old and you got caught being involved with a 14-year-old. We'll let that slide as long as you get some black people in trouble. But they care so much about the kids. Last time I checked, critical race theory never sexually abused 14-year-old white kids. Can anybody fact check me on that? Windecker, who claimed he didn't know the girl was underage, pleaded the case down to a misdemeanor and was sentenced to 180 days in jail. You ever heard anything like that? If you guys ever heard anything like that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't heard anything like that, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, you guys, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell icon, make sure that you guys hit the bell icon, and please also share the video to your other social media. So now here it says, in another case for felony menacing with a weapon in 2001, Windecker stuck a gun in a woman's face and claimed to be a police officer looking for a suspect. So again, what did I tell you? He flashed that badge and knew that flashing that badge tactic would work. This is why he'd done it before. He'd done it before. In another case, for felony menacing with a weapon in 2001, Windecker stuck a gun in a woman's face and claimed to be a police officer looking for a suspect. That incident resulted in a felony conviction, and Windecker served 2 years. While he was in prison, according to FBI internal reports, another inmate tried to hire him to murder someone. Instead of committing the crime, Windecker became a cooperating witness and helped convict the people who sought to enlist him, so now he sees that he's very good at being a rat, and then he made a career of being a rat. So again, human behavior is inescapable. Let me ask you guys a question. Can you guys look at this situation and list the patterns of behavior that this guy accentuates? Because this guy, he definitely has some behavior patterns, and those behavior patterns clearly made him a useful tool for law enforcement, which is sad because there were people that he was infiltrating, and the people that he were infiltrating were unsuccessful in being able to identify his detrimental behaviors. Now, let's ask a question. Why is that? And I got to agree, this story is definitely getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And if you ask me, that's why a lot of people aren't really talking about it. But while those people aren't talking about it, they're sitting there letting everybody else make all of the money. They're sitting there letting only a certain segment of people hear about this particular situation. Whatever floats people's boats. You know what I'm saying? And I got to agree. If you guys agree with Sean Williams, this dude is completely untrustworthy. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is the type of dude that will sell his own mama out. You know what I'm saying? In addition to criminal charges, Windecker had 4 protection orders filed against him in Colorado. The most recent was in 2021. In the petition for a protection order filed in 2016, a friend of Windecker's alleged that Windecker had presented a fake police badge and threatened to kill him and his family. So Windecker really presents these fake badges all the time. I mean, again, this is pattern behavior. So let me ask you something. Do you guys think that the FBI noted this tactic that Windecker has of being able to convince people that he's some kind of authority? And they said, we could definitely use this guy. Because here's another instance where he presented a fake police badge. Windecker claimed to have been a fighter for the French Foreign Legion and the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighting force in Iraq. He often said he had diplomatic immunity in the United States due to his association with the Kurds. In 2015, the Daily Beast reported that he was disliked by other volunteer Peshmerga fighters. One American fighter was reported to have described him as a compulsive liar. So they've known about this individual here since 2015. The Daily Beast made a report about him in 2015. We're gonna read this report. If you guys want to hear about this report about this dude, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't want to hear about it, give me a thumbs down. But I think it's important. This dude has been around since 2015. And then they turned around and used him as an informant for BLM. This, you know what I'm saying? So now here it says, I spoke to several volunteers who were with Windecker in Iraq. Few of them wanted to be publicly associated with him, but Black Lives Matter welcomed him in. The people who fought with him in Iraq didn't want any public association with him, but Black Lives Matter welcomed him in with open arms and said that he was cool and a badass dude. One of those fighters told me that Windecker claimed to be a demolition specialist. Dude was going around literally cutting wires off IEDs, he said, referring to improvised explosive devices, also known as roadside bombs. So he could have gotten anybody killed in the vicinity. Alan Duncan, a Scottish volunteer fighter with the Peshmerga, told me that
He hadn't fought with Windecker, but knew his reputation from the other fighters. Windecker was better known for taking pictures with dead bodies long after the fighting was finished than for engaging in combat, Duncan told me. He was floating about taking a few pictures with the Pesh, Duncan said. It's easy to claim to be Peshmerga, but claiming to be Peshmerga and actually being Peshmerga are two different things. So this is another dude that had the trophy complex that you see in a lot of these people. Okay. So now here it says Cassie Windecker, Mickey Windecker's third ex-wife, told me that during one of his tours with the Peshmerga, Kurdish fighters had contacted her to say that he was vacationing more than fighting. What they expect her to do about it? You know what I'm saying? What did they expect her to do about it? When they first started dating, she recalled Windecker sent her a picture of $1,000 cash spread over a bed. Do you want to come home to this every day? Cassie remembered Windecker asking her. She said that she never knew Windecker to hold down a job during their marriage, but he often had a lot of cash in his pockets. So clearly the answer was yes, I want to come home to this every day. Hypergamy. But we can't make the woman look bad, but I can. You know what I'm saying? So clearly the answer was yes. You know what I'm saying? I'll forego your looks. I'll forego any shortcomings that you have. And yes, I will come home to a spread of $1,000 on the bed because I'm that cheap that you can buy my life for $1,000. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she did that. Cassie did that. You know what I'm saying? That's why she married him. So now here, and then she never knew him to hold down a job. She said that she never knew Windecker to hold down a job during their marriage, but often that he had a lot of cash in his pockets. And you know Cassie, she's not gonna ask any questions as long as the money keeps going. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got shit to ask, right? Cassie had long suspected that her husband was secretly working for the police in some capacity. She said she'd seen him visit local police stations to meet with cops. Why do you have so much money? Cassie, who was an exotic dancer at the time, would ask him, probably because the same reason that you have exotic extra money. This chick is a stripper, and she's sitting here asking him why he got so much money. I bust my ass literally on a pole. What are you doing? She told me that Windecker would never give her a straight answer. And you're not busting your ass on a pole. You're sliding up and down it. If you're busting your ass, then that means that you're involved in some kind of prostitution, which is going on after the club hours. You ain't busting your ass going up and down a damn pole. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? So his wife is a stripper. He's in love with a stripper like T-Pain. You know what I'm saying? And the stripper is chastising him about where he's getting her money from. This whole situation is a hot damn mess. I would have told her, as long as you're taking your clothes off for money, don't ask me where I'm getting my money at, because my clothes stay on. Yes. If you guys agree with Sean, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. Look at how ridiculously insulting this is. Yeah, facts. These are degenerates. These are some, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are the bottom of the barrel. These ain't no specially trained FBI agents or nothing like this. This is a dude that's a compulsive liar. He lied his way into some strippers' panties. You know what I'm saying? He lied his way into the BLM movement. This didn't take any special training and nothing like. They didn't get no Navy SEALs or anything like this. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says in July of 2017, after she and Windecker separated, Cassie went on to the apartment they had once shared to pick up her mail. In the apartment, Windecker allegedly grabbed Cassie by the neck, slammed her down on a table, and stood over her holding a gun. Cassie screamed as she ran out of the apartment. Police arrived and arrested Windecker. The responding of officers were wearing body cameras, and I obtained those videos. He slammed me on my back on the table, and I was freaking WWE style, Cassie told the cops, her voice breaking with fear. While in jail following the arrest, Windecker revealed his talents as an informant, according to the police body camera footage. One of the officers said that you had to speak to me about a murder. The arresting officer said to Windecker, speaking through the jail cell door about 2 hours after the arrest. Well, here's the thing, Windecker replied matter-of-factly. He then offered information about a murder, and the arresting officer told him he would have to talk to a detective. Hang tight, all right? The officer said as he walked away. The body camera footage then ended. While in the hospital for her injuries, Cassie said she received a text from Windecker. Hey, bitch, I'm out. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Cassie said the police officers were still taking her statements in the hospital when the text arrived. And I showed them the text, and they were just like, we don't know how he's out, she said. There is no record in Colorado court files of Windecker being charged, and Cassie said she was not contacted by police or prosecutors following her discharge from the hospital. 3 years later, in the summer of 2020, Windecker approached the FBI claiming to have unique information about the racial justice activists. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you all think that he had any unique information, or did he not? If you guys think that he had unique information, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that he had unique information, give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, this dude is just a liar. He's just a catch me if you can Leonardo DiCaprio type dude, and the FBI, the Black Lives Matter movement, and his stripper ex-wife are all the same thing. They're all bitches who bought the game. They're all bitches who bought the game, and he fucked each one of them. And it is what it is. I don't think he had any information. I think he said he got a plan to get a quick bag real quick, and then he gonna move somewhere. But he knows that the FBI is so hell-bent on attempting to stamp out any social justice movement that the FBI would accept anything, even based on a false pretense. You know what I'm saying? Nah, he's a white dude. So now here it says we don't investigate ideology, which we know is not true. This is the FBI talking. The FBI is claiming that they don't investigate ideology. Is that true? Does the FBI investigate ideology? As protests broke out in cities like Minneapolis, and like I said, we'll talk about that Minneapolis stuff, Denver and Portland, Oregon, the FBI's second in command, David L. Bowditch, compared the demonstrations to the 9/11 attacks. When 9/11 occurred, our folks did not quibble about whether there were danger ahead for them. Bowditch wrote in a memo first obtained by the New York Times. They ran head-on into peril. Bowditch described the racial justice demonstrations throughout the country as a national crisis whose violent protesters were highly organized. Do you guys agree with that, or do you disagree? So black people are being compared by this Bowditch individual to the people that flew the plane into the buildings during 9/11, which happened. There's speculation out about who that might be. That might have been something that was taxpayer funded too. I'll just leave it like that. Agents suspected these demonstrations could fit into a domestic terrorist ideology the Bureau had defined during the first year of Trump's administration as Black identity extremism, a controversial, widely criticized catch-all label for any domestic extremist ideology that drew a Black following. The FBI had since abandoned the term in favor of a new category called racially motivated violent extremism, which combines white supremacist violence with so many so-called Black identity extremists. And now this is what you see as the left wing who is saying that black men are the white people of black people, and the dim folks media trying to now make black people the face of white supremacy, because with this new convoluted ideology, there's no difference between white supremacy and black nationalism, which is one of the reasons why you see them going at Kyrie, one of the reasons why you see them going at Kanye West, one of the reasons why you see the Democrats and Jason Whitlock adopting gender war content, Jason Whitlock saying that the Passport Bros is a black movement and all this crazy ass shit. Jason Whitlock is part of the machine too. You know what I'm saying? Don't let anybody fool you. I've actually seen people sit there and say that Jason Whitlock is saying pro-black stuff and shit like that. Man, Jason Whitlock is not saying anything pro-black. Jason Whitlock is a anti-black Blaze Media shill. You know what I'm saying? This dude literally said that the Passport movement, that the Passport Bros is a black movement. Jason Whitlock on his podcast said that the Passport Bros is a black movement rooted in the fact that there's dysfunction between American black men and American black women. He's saying that black people started the Passport Bros, the same way that white people saying that black people are the face of feminism. Black people are the face of socialism. He's no different than one of these other shills. Yeah, facts. Jason Whitlock is only pro-food and pro-dick in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? That's big facts. So now here it says, what's been publicly known about the federal government's activities during the summer of 2020 is astonishing. The Justice Department charged hundreds of people in their roles in First Amendment protected demonstrations. The Department of Homeland Security deployed more than 750 agents dressed in military-style uniforms to Portland and abducted demonstrators in unmarked vans. And the Drug Enforcement Administration, using surveillance powers intended to stop drug runners, spied on more than 50 racial justice groups nationwide, among them a peaceful group that held a vigil on a public university campus in Florida. Now, here's my question. Everything that was written about in that little paragraph right there, how many of you guys knew about all of those things? If you guys knew about those, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't know about those, give me a thumbs down. What's been publicly known about the federal government's activities during the summer of 2020 is astonishing. The Justice Department charged hundreds of people for their roles in First Amendment protected demonstrations. The Department of Homeland Security deployed more than 750 agents dressed in military-style Peyton Gendron-style uniforms to Portland and abducted demonstrators in unmarked vans. And the Drug Enforcement Administration, using surveillance powers intended to stop drug runners, and spied on more than 50 racial justice groups nationwide, among them a peaceful group that held a vigil on a public university campus in Florida. Now, here's my question. Did any of you guys hear about any of that? And my question for you is, if you didn't hear about it, why do you think that you didn't hear about it? The official position of the FBI, whose undercover activities during the summer of 2020 have been largely unknown until now, is that agents do not open investigations based on First Amendment protected activities. We don't investigate ideology. We don't investigate rhetoric. The FBI's director, Christopher Wray, told a Senate committee in 2019, it doesn't matter how repugnant or how abhorrent or whatever it is. Is that true or is that false? Shout out to Tia. What up with it, Tia? Is that true or is that false? But internal reports I obtained suggest otherwise. These documents show that Windecker's information was about speech, and this apparently justified hiring him as an informant and launching the undercover investigation. He reported that one local activist Zeb Hall used incendiary rhetoric in conversations with other demonstrators, claiming Hall said, "We need to burn this motherfucker down." Okay. Shout out to Jay. What's good, bro? Windecker also secretly recorded a conversation in which Hall spoke vaguely of violent revolution and desire to train for combat. Windecker encouraged Hall with fantastical claims of training anti-fascist activists in Iraq and Syria, part of what he called the Red Star Brigade. My type of training that I do is anything from like how I teach you to shoot a gun, you know, hand-to-hand combat. Hall interrupted. Yeah, hand-to-hand combat, all the way to blowing up fucking buildings and guerrilla warfare tactics and sabotage, Windecker replied. Windecker, secretly working for the FBI, quickly became well known among Denver's most committed activists. He came off as maybe being a rookie, but really being into the movement. Brian Loma, who live streamed many of the area's demonstrations that summer, told me. One of Loma's videos from July of 2020 shows demonstrators marching down a street in Aurora. On our streets, they chant, our streets. Windecker's slow-moving silver Hertz can be seen up front in the video, clearing the way for demonstrators. This dude had a Hertz, man. I'm still tripping off that shit. This dude was driving a Hertz, y'all, and nobody saw that as a red flag. By next month, Windecker had become a leader of Denver's racial justice movement. The demonstrators had given him the nickname Drill Sergeant. So they just another Just Pearly Things story. Another Just Pearly Things story. You know what I'm saying? This is another Just Pearly Things story. You know what I'm saying? With his military style jacket and trademark cigar, he'd strut confidently in front of a line of demonstrators, some dressed in homemade armor. I can't hear you, Windecker would yell. No justice, no peace. The demonstrators would chant back loudly. So there you go, right there. I think that's him right there. No, this Tracy Quinn. Look at that. Trey Quinn, one of the organizers of Denver's racial justice demonstration, speaks on the steps of Denver City Hall on June of 2020. Mickey Windecker and the FBI targeted Quinn as part of the undercover probe. So this dude was targeted. This dude, Tracy Quinn right here, this cat right here, this black dude with this blonde beard, he was targeted as part of the undercover probe. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude was I'm still tripping that this dude was driving a Hertz and people was taking him seriously. Like, man, come on, man. Are we serious here? Seriously, are we for real? You can't make this stuff up, man. You seriously can't make this up. I agree. Sean says this is embarrassing. I agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, that's facts. So now here it says they're preparing for a genuine battle. In 1975, a Senate committee led by the Democratic Senator Frank Church of Idaho investigated the FBI's civil rights era domestic surveillance program known as COINTELPRO. Among the FBI abuses documented by the so-called Church Committee was the practice of informants becoming leaders in organizations they were surveilling, then accusing the real leaders of being informants themselves, a subversive tactic known as snitch jacking. This has been going on since 1975, and black people fell for it in Denver like this is something that they'd never seen before. You know what I'm saying? People act like they've never seen something like this before. The practice of informants in leaders in organizations they were surveilling then accused the real leaders of being informants themselves, a subversive technique known as snitch jacking. And if you ask me, that's one of the reasons why all the throwing around of the word agent, all the throwing around of the word snitch, none of those people ever get arrested. Because we're caught in this loop of the little boy that played wolf, the little boy that cried wolf. I hear more people get called an agent just casually than anything else in today's world, in today's society. Oh, he an agent. Oh, he an agent. Oh, he an agent. Is he really an agent? Because clearly, that's one thing that we don't have a strength in is calling out agents. Clearly, this is evidence of that. You know what I'm saying? This definitely isn't evidence that we have an expertise in pointing out who an agent is. So maybe people need to stop doing that. It's easier to just open your mouth and run it like Chris Brown. Remember that song, Run It? Run it, run it. Yeah. You open your mouth and run it, run it. Instead of actually doing the research and finding out what's going on. And I agree, Sean. COINTELPRO is definitely still in existence. What was going on that this article is outlining is evidence of COINTELPRO never being closed down, if you ask me. Still using the same tactics. So now, according to this article here, it says while COINTELPRO no longer exists, some of its methods remain inside the FBI, which means that it still does exist. You know what I'm saying? That means that it still exists. This is clear from the Bureau's investigation of racial justice activists in Denver during the summer of 2020. As Windecker gained prominence among the protesters, eventually rising to a leadership role, he was accusing real activists of being FBI informants. Let me ask you guys a question. How often do we see that? How often do we see that particular thing go down? That's the question. Is that something that we see commonly, or is that something that we don't see? What do you guys think? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell icon, please make sure that you guys hit that bell icon twice. And also, please make sure that you guys share the video to your social media. And remember, make sure that you guys watch the video all the way through to the end. And once it takes you into the next stream, make sure that you guys hit the like button and hit the bell in that next stream so that you get notified. So now here it says these baseless accusations sowed mistrust and undermined some of the most effective organizers in the community. Trey Quinn, the Black activist leading protests in Denver, was among the first to suspect that Windecker might be an informant. Quinn devised a way to test Windecker. Speaking in hypotheticals, he asked him about burning down a neighborhood. Could we get it done? And he was like, oh yeah, I got the right guy for the job, Quinn said. This is how he's talking. So Quinn told on himself, or not Quinn, Windecker told on himself, right? Windecker's enthusiastic response fueled Quinn's suspicions, but he didn't have proof. So he didn't warn other activists then. But Windecker, appearing to view Quinn as a threat to his cover, started telling activists that he suspected Quinn was working for the FBI. And these silly people in Denver, I guarantee you, they believed Windecker more than they believed Quinn, who had been there from the jump. Silly shit, silly movement. You know what I'm saying? Moving goofy. Mickey seemed super concerned that Trey was an informant, Hall said. Then I started getting concerned about it. So there, I mean, there you go. Because Mickey started getting concerned about it, Hall started getting concerned about it instead of using his logical brain. Suddenly, Quinn found himself on the outside. His fellow activists stopped communicating with him. As Quinn was being marginalized, Windecker encouraged protesters to become more militant and go on the offensive against the police. These black people in Denver allowed this white dude to come into the movement and kick out the original leader, and then they started taking illegal orders from him. All right, Sean, take it easy, bro. Now let's break this down. Let's ask these questions. How did this happen? This happens every day. I see it at work all the time. It's a psychological thing, man. People have a psychological complex. Shout out to my man Ali 8100. What's good with it, bro? People have a psychological complex. And here's my thing. As long as that's the case, we don't have anybody to blame except for ourselves. And if you ask me, this is pathetic. If the purpose of all of this is to attack and destroy your brain and your thought process, and the evidence shows that you use illogical thought processes, this is what it is. There's going to be 1,000 more stories that come out like this. You're going to see people act like this at your job every single day. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? In late August of 2020, Hall went to an apartment that served as a base for Windecker and the young allies he'd recruited. Inside, Hall saw a table covered with guns. I'm like, holy fuck, Hall recalled. Another activist who was with Hall in the apartment but asked not to be named because she fears retribution for speaking publicly, confirmed Hall's account. There are guns, weapons, medical supplies, literally look like they're preparing for a genuine battle, she told me. From August 22nd to August 29th of 2020, a series of demonstrations in Denver morphed into assaults on police stations, with protesters carrying homemade shields and hurling rocks and fireworks at police. The demonstrators called one of these events "Give 'em Hell." More than 70 police officers were injured that week. Why are people so stupid that they're easily tricked by shit like this? As long as you're a fashionable idiot and you can easily be tricked by someone trying to trick you, the fault is completely and 110% yours to bear. There can be no finger pointing at anybody else other than yourself and your own lack of intelligence and being an idiot. And that right there is why the world is correct. Patricia says it's sad because they're using the same tactics. Why change? It's been working all these years. The only change is the people. The game stay the same. I mean, when you're dealing with people that demonstrate a flat learning curve, I mean, I agree. There is no need to change. There's no need to change anything. You know what I'm saying? Why would you change a tactic when the people that you're dealing with clearly can't even adjust to the tactics that you're using at the current point in history? This is a clear evidence of people's inability to adjust and people's inability to take any accountability for this failure. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the police response was ferocious. Officers in riot gear broke bones and fired pepper balls and rubber bullets. One man was hit in the head with a lead-filled bag from the police shotgun. A sting ball grenade exploded next to a woman, knocking out her teeth. In the first civil judgment awarded at trial for police brutality in response to protests triggered by the Floyd killing, Denver police were forced last spring to pay $14 million to 12 protesters. According to more than a dozen activists I spoke to in the Denver area, Windecker, the FBI's informant, helped organize and promote these protests, which quickly turned violent. That was his whole point. That was his whole purpose of being there. And they fell for it. And they'll fall for it again. 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 While sitting there calling people who aren't agents, agents. Because that's just what we do. Because it's a lot easier to call somebody who's not an agent than it is to actually point out an agent and then confront the actual government organization that has infiltrated your movement with that agent. More easy way outism. So now here it says you need to have an objective. A pervasive social media and cable news narrative in the summer of 2020 was that racial justice and anti-fascist activists were becoming increasingly violent and destructive. And what they didn't talk about was that they had an FBI informant in there motivating that. They had an FBI agent in there motivating that. The violence and vandalism is being led by Antifa and other radical left-wing groups, President Donald Trump said. But remember, there is a lot of black people that really support Donald Trump. And there's a lot of black people that use undercover rhetoric to try to distance themselves from Trump. But at the same time, they provide support from a distance. You got to pay attention to that too. We got to pay attention to that too. So now here it says right-wing news media reinforced and amplified that message. Violent young men with guns will be in charge, Tucker Carlson told his large audience on Fox News, adding, "You will not want to live here when that happens." You shouldn't want to live here anyway with the police officers killing people. But that's not what matters, because as long as you're killing people that are the right color, we're here for it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Michael German, a former FBI agent, watched from his home in California as this narrative took hold. It was frustrating for me to see how ably, usually that's not a term that you use when you're referencing former President Trump, but how ably he was able to make this boogeyman out of Antifa. German, now a fellow with the Brennan Center for Justice, Liberty, and National Security Program, told me. And Antifa, as far as Antifa goes, Antifa is nothing more than a white nationalist terrorist organization that hijacked black causes. You know what I'm saying? They're a national, they have their origins in National Socialism. They are a derivative Nazi descendant group. So why black people team up with Antifa as far as BLM and Antifa goes is beyond me. Antifa is no different than your average Adoso or no different than your average Fox News person. They are anti-black, racist, Nazi descendants. And if you don't believe me, you can look that up. Because remember, Nazi means National Socialist. These people were socialist, which means that they were what? Left wing. You know what I'm saying? Which is the sick joke of taking both sides of the argument. So now here it says, according to the FBI files and videos, Windecker's mandate from the FBI wasn't just to provide information about racial justice protesters through his intelligence about activities, filled dozens of reports, but also to try to set up protesters in a conspiracy that would have supported Trump's claims. But yet the conservatives act as if they don't have any people inside the government for them. Which we all know that they have people inside the government, because they always come out with these reports talking about how white supremacists have infiltrated law enforcement, which FBI is considered law enforcement. So now here it says, on orders from the FBI, Windecker targeted 2 black activists, Hall, whose incendiary rhetoric Windecker had first reported to his handlers, and Bryce Shelby, a slender man with a reputation for giving fiery speeches with a rifle slung over his shoulder. Windecker invited both men to lunch in late August of 2020 at a barbecue restaurant. I'm sorry. Look, I don't take no food advice. You wouldn't have caught me at no damn barbecue restaurant. That off rip, that right there is a warning sign. That's a red flag. What you want to take me to a barbecue restaurant for? Now, here's my question. When all of this stuff was going on, where was the social media postings about it? How involved are these people that claim that they're involved in this stuff? How involved are they actually? Because how is it that this kind of thing goes unnoticed? That's my question. And I think those are questions that people should ask. How is it that this kind of stuff goes unnoticed? Or here's a better question. Is it actually going unnoticed? Is that what we're truly looking at here? What's actually going on? That's the real question. So I'm gonna ask you guys, what's really going on in these situations? I'm sure that there's some independent media out there in Colorado. I know they got local news. What about the journalists? The on the ground reporting? I guess we just wait until 2023 to release this information. It does a lot of good now, right? Windecker said he brought them together because they were talking about the same shit, by which Windecker meant the prospect of protesters turning violent. Windecker told him he had a friend, an outlaw biker buddy, who could supply whatever they needed, including weapons. Outlaw bikers are always white supremacists. So when this guy says he has an outlaw biker buddy that can help you get what you want, man, get the hell out of here. I'm not doing business with somebody like that. Again, another red flag. What, I'm gonna buy some weapons from one of your buddies that has a bike club that doesn't accept black people and that does racially motivated crimes? That was another red flag. So now here's my question. After somebody says, yeah, I can get you some guns from this white nationalist biker group, because remember, all 1% outlaw biker clubs are white supremacist biker gangs. That is not a debatable, that there's nothing to debate about that. That is a fact. You can look it all up. Any outlaw biker club that has a diamond with a 1% on the inside of it is a white supremacist, anti-black white nationalist motorcycle club. Period. That's not debatable. So you're with a group of black activists and you say, I'm going to buy some guns from these Nazis to supply you guys. That's not a red flag? That's not a red flag? Now, here's my question for you, Patricia. Does any other group of people owe it to us or to anybody else to spoon feed us any of this? Or do we owe it to ourselves to be aware of these kind of things going on in our surroundings? That's my question for you guys. And that's not just a question for Patricia. That's a question for anybody that wants to answer it. So the white media, the Latino media, the Asian media, do they have some obligation to spoon feed us information about what's going on inside of our movements? Or do we have an obligation to be aware of this stuff and keep dibs on it on our own? I got to agree with Lloyd Sky 9. They don't have any obligation to do that. So as far as benign neglect, it could be argued that the Democrats have been practicing benign neglect politically. But as far as we go, we've been practicing benign neglect for our own well-being for a very long time. And out of the two, us practicing benign neglect against our own well-being is what we could fix the fastest. But if we look to other people to fix our problems, it takes the responsibility off. It takes the urgency off. It can just be let to ride until the next calamity happens. And that's what you always see. Instead of the next improvement is always the next calamity. I agree, Tia. We are obligated to us. We should be obligated to us. You know what I'm saying? We should be. But that's not what the evidence shows, that most people do not move like that. And as long as a majority of people don't move like that, we cannot expect anything to fall out of the sky. In religion, they tell you stuff falls out of the sky. In religion, they tell you manna will fall out of the sky. In religion, they tell you Jesus will fall out of the sky. I have never seen anything fall out of the sky except for rain and snow. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says you need to have an objective of what you're going to do. Windecker told the two men, if Bryce is planning on like, okay, I want to blow up a motherfucking courthouse, I need to know what the game plans are. So, I mean, this dude is like literally talking them into self-incrimination and they're just falling for it. Remember, after they kicked out the one guy. And I agree. I agree, Patricia. We owe it to ourselves by studying our history and learn all of the things we did wrong and make it right and stop putting the cap on for every other group. I agree 110%. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says, but Windecker's operation in Denver failed to generate a headline-grabbing conspiracy. Hall declined to participate in a violent plot. Windecker introduced Shelby into his supposed outlaw biker buddy, an FBI undercover agent who went by the nickname Red, and together they drove to Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser's home. As a hidden camera recorded them, the undercover agent encouraged Shelby to commit a plot to assassinate Wisner and even suggested that they could hire a hitman for as little as $500. Still, Shelby refused to move forward with any plans and immediately cut off contact with Windecker and the undercover agent. Although Shelby was not charged with a crime, local prosecutors used the FBI undercover recordings to convince a judge to seize Shelby's guns under Colorado's red flag laws. So I want you guys to see that you understand this. Shout out to Carla. What's up with it, Carla? So even though this dude clearly didn't want to be involved in violence, the government still prosecuted him and took his guns. What do y'all think about that? The government still prosecuted him and took his guns. So now here it says, I was just afraid of him. A week after trying to rope Hall and Shelby into a violent plot, Windecker had drawn enough suspicion that an anti-fascist activist group in Colorado Springs, south of Denver, posted a Twitter thread detailing its concerns. Be careful around that dude, the group wrote on Twitter. Probably wise to not let him know your protest space. Although the group didn't have evidence that Windecker was an informant, the public allegation threatened to damage his cover. Activists in Colorado took the claim seriously. You heard through different groups, kick his ass on sight. Fuck him. Don't let him around the groups, Hall remembered. It's too late. You know what I'm saying? Windecker gathered his allies, including Hall, at the apartment in Denver where activists had seen the table covered with guns. Windecker wanted to record a video and post it to YouTube in response to the allegations. He created the stage for a video, a flag for the Kurdistan Workers' Party, an AR-15 assault rifle propped against the wall behind him, and on the table before him, a ball-peen hammer and a bottle of Jack Daniels. He had the cigar and was acting all tough, Hall said, and y'all bought it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all bought it. Shout out to my man Torian Rain. What's good with it? Yeah, you know, we in the twilight hours. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, wearing a custom-made black Punisher t-shirt, Windecker stared into the camera. So again, this is Windecker. This is Windecker. Somebody make it make sense. This propaganda shit you guys posted doesn't mean fuck to me at all. Windecker said in his gravely voice, sounding furious. But understand this, I will be polite and professional, but I have a plan to kill everybody in the fucking room if need be. If you're trying to implicate that I'm a fucking snitch, check this out. 3 things that I ain't: a punk, I ain't a bitch, and I ain't a fucking snitch. Actually, this dude is all 3. And these people listening to this shit and buying this shit, man, lame. Cowards. Watching as Windecker recorded the video, Hall was struck by how defensive he seemed. He finally accepted what he'd long thought impossible. Windecker, the activist leader, encouraging everyone to become more militant, must be a secret government informant. Now, listen to this, guys. Listen to this. Let me ask you guys this question. Why did it take them so long to figure this out? Let me ask you guys this. Am I being too critical? If I'm being too critical, give me a thumbs up. If I'm not being too critical, give me a thumbs down. That created a problem for Hall. Windecker had given Hall money days earlier and asked him to buy him a gun. Hall had agreed and bought a Smith & Wesson handgun for Windecker, despite knowing that Windecker was a convicted felon. Hall didn't think he had a choice in the transaction. Why? All you had to do was say no. Was that song by Floetry? All you gotta do is say no. That's all he had to do. You know what I'm saying? All he had to do is say no. He believed that Windecker, who made the looming prospect of violence part of his identity, would come after him if he refused. Okay, so I was just afraid of him, Hall explained. I was fucking terrified of this guy. You was terrified of this fat 5'7" pudgy fuck boy right here? These people protested in the streets against police officers that had tasers, guns, grenades, police cars, and you scared of this midget? He said he was terrified of this guy. Shout out to Carla for answering the Nightbot, and shout out to Faith for answering the Nightbot. Come on, man. So now here it says, after he made the video, Windecker and his silver hearse disappeared. They disappeared. He just poof, vanished into the thin air. In July of 2021, nearly a year after he bought the gun for Windecker, federal agents arrested Hall. Hall got arrested, y'all. He pleaded guilty to a felony firearms violation for buying a gun with the government's money for the government's informant and received 3 years of probation. That was the extent of the plot Windecker and the FBI succeeded in engineering among the racial justice activists that summer. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Many of the activist groups in Denver have splintered or disbanded. There was a lot of distrust. Activists there told me they suspected government agents had infiltrated the groups to encourage the violence that occurred, but until now, they never had proof. The FBI caused violence here, Hall said. They don't want people to know that. What do you guys think about this? This is a lot, right? This is a lot to digest. So my question is, what do you all think about that? This guy, Windecker, is somebody that was already on the radar. They already knew about him. He was an American ISIS, an American who was fighting ISIS, who was a convicted sex offender. So this dude was a convicted sex offender all up and through the Black Lives Matter movement, hired by the FBI. Touchy-feely little perverted little 5'7" weirdo that everybody believed over the original people that were in the group. Presenting himself as a freedom-loving warrior, Michael Windecker has a shady past that's much more disturbing than he initially let on. This article right here was published on April 27th of 2015, updated April 14th of 2017. So knowing that this information was out there, here's my question. What's the excuse for these people allowing this dude to lead the Black Lives Matter movement? Shout out to my man, Mr. Knox. What up with it? Yeah, I got to agree. I got to agree with Patricia. He could have found a lawyer and beat the charge since the guy was an agent. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So this is the guy right here that infiltrated the Black Lives Matter movement in Colorado. In the small group of American volunteers battling ISIS alongside the Kurdish military in Iraq, Mickey is now an outcast. The ex-biker turned ISIS fighter is actually Michael Windecker, a convicted sex offender whose past has caught up with him, causing a rift with the other volunteers and a problem for his Kurdish Peshmerga commanders. So now, like I said, this information was already out there. And I got to agree with Tia. If you guys agree with Tia, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Look at that, man. The Daily Beast previously reported on Americans volunteering in Iraq. That article featured Mickey speaking about his frontline view of combat in Iraq, but personal history was on his mind as well. Look, we all have a past, and I'm no different, he said at the time. I'm human. My criminal record back home has been cleared, and I've served my time, he told the Daily Beast. Now, what I want everybody to make sure that they understand is that this right here, this is the same guy. This is the same guy that infiltrated BLM and caused all that violence. So now my question for everybody that's watching this is, how did everybody miss this? Nobody looked into this guy's past. You know what I'm saying? But Windecker's criminal record was more serious than he let on. His 28 arrests in Colorado include one conviction for third-degree sexual assault from 1994 when Mickey was 20 and his victim was 14. As Mickey Windecker attracted fans, he and other American fighters like him gave stateside audience captivated by news of ISIS a clear image of the U.S. presence in the war, where the military's expanding commitment is harder to measure. Compared to the airstrikes, political deals, and special operations troops who form the backbone of U.S. policy against ISIS, the handful of Americans in Iraq and Syria are highly visible. That doesn't mean that the contributions of even the bravest and most altruistic volunteers actually amount to much. Windecker and other Westerners aren't carrying the burden of fighting ISIS. That falls almost entirely to the Kurds, Syrians, and Iraqis. Stories about the personal bravery of Americans like Windecker's or others offered by less compromised narrators can confuse the starkness of a moral struggle against ISIS evil with the fate of a war that depends on a complicated tangle of alliances and interests and that shows no signs of ending soon. This guy has a whole track record. This guy has a whole track record of infamy and just being trifling. And they let this dude elevate to the top of the movement. Just let that marinate real quick. They let him to the top of the movement. He became the leader, y'all. He became the leader. It's almost like you got to ask yourself the question, did old boy just ignore everything? Did the people in Denver just ignore all of the warning signs or what? How did that work? So now here it says the morning after the story featuring Mickey appeared in the Daily Beast, another American volunteer mentioned in the article contacted its author, Ford Cipher. That Mickey character is a fraud, Samuel Swan wrote to Cipher in a private note. Swan called Windecker a compulsive liar and said we knew something wasn't right about him the first day. So this dude, Mickey, has a history of infiltrating movements. He really made a fool out of BLM, though. And then he just, he went off, drove off in his Hertz into the sunset, while people who were involved in BLM, who were nonviolent activists, end up getting felony charges for stuff they didn't do. What do y'all think about that? How many times have we heard the stories end like that? You would think that people would be tired of the stories ending like that. But clearly people aren't. So now here it says none of the Americans or Kurds spoke with the Daily Beast about Windecker, despite his accounts of fighting ISIS. But several of the Americans said they had held him at a distance for weeks, suspicious of his past and worried by his reckless actions in combat. So apparently the people who were fighting in the military saw warning signs about him. So we got to ask the question, what's the difference between the black people in Colorado and the people in the military? Why was it that the people in the military were able to immediately spot how shady he was, but he was embraced and welcomed with open arms into a black movement? That is the question that we have to answer. Whenever his peers knew or suspected something about Windecker, it didn't surface when Cipher initially spoke with the other Americans fighting alongside the Kurdish Peshmerga and who now have cast him out. Swan was present when Windecker was interviewed by the Daily Beast, but at the time did not express any doubts about his character. Neither did any of the other Westerners, mostly Americans, who spoke with the Daily Beast on the same day they saw Windecker being interviewed. Confronted with accusations against him, Windecker told the Daily Beast, anyone can go on the Colorado sex offender website, but I have my paperwork to show that my case is closed. What does your case being closed have to do with anything? Did you commit the crime or not? That's what's relevant, not if the case is closed or not. A case is closed when it's done. So pay attention to how this dude is explaining. You know what I'm saying? That's true. All 28 charges against Windecker are closed, according to a Colorado District Court official. His arrest spanned 16 years. They range from domestic violence and weapons violations to the felony sexual assault charge, for which he was convicted and sentenced 2 years. Windecker's last arrest in Colorado was in 2010 for failing to register as a sex offender. He was fined $816.50 and sentenced to a year in jail. But this guy is the guy that they were using as an American hero. This is the guy that was being touted as an American hero. So my question is, how does that work? And see, and I agree with that. I agree with that. Now, they didn't go into their backgrounds as far as if they were non-FBA or non-Freeman or non-ADOS. So that's a good question to know. But at the end of the day, it's affecting everybody because they were utilizing the things that he did to be able to broadcast them on TV. And remember, white people don't care about black people delineating. If you're watching this from Fox News, if you're a right-wing conservative, they don't give a shit about whether we ADOS or FBA or Freeman or none of it. They don't care. All they see is a black person. All they see is an N-word. You know what I'm saying? And they created more of a justifiable or a pseudo justifiable reason for the government to have eyes on these operations by being so easily tricked, which is a detriment that affects everybody. One thing that I think that people should understand is that a lot of the concerns and things that we care about is not really things that the people that are oppressive or don't like us care about. They don't care. One of the main reasons why they failed to ever delineate us was to perpetuate confusion. So they're not going to do anything to ever encourage delineation. They're only encouraging delineation for themselves. So we got to hit them back where it hurts. And hitting them with things that they don't really care about, if you ask me, I don't know how effective of a method that is. Honestly, if you ask me, I don't know how effective of a method anything is, because it's in 2020, this still happened. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we've been dealing with this stuff for how long? How haven't people adapted to the battlefield yet? There's as many failures to adjust as there are, there's starting to be a case to ask the question, is it even possible for people to adjust to the battlefield? That case is starting to present itself as many of repeat offenses as we see. You know what I'm saying? Because this right here is just down bad. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says General Tariq Howlery, the Peshmerga commander who praised Windecker's ferocity in battle when he first spoke to the Daily Beast, is more reserved now. We were not aware of any criminal charges against Mickey, Tariq said. He is a volunteer, and we thank him for volunteering, but we do not accept criminals. We will be looking into this. Several of the other Americans spoke with the Daily Beast about Windecker, have already drawn their conclusions. So now here's my question. here's my question. Why did they not do any kind of criminal screening on any of these volunteers? Let's just start there. So you can be a volunteer in a military unit overseas and not go through any kind of criminal screening? Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? I mean, isn't that just bizarre? Isn't that weird? If you guys think that's weird, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that is weird, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says nobody wants him around at all, Swan said. We contemplated kicking his ass every day. Hope he goes to prison when he returns to the States. He's a huge liability. Like the other Americans who have joined the Peshmerga, Windecker exists in a legal gray area. Secretary of State John Kerry has the authority to revoke the passports of any American citizen who travels to Syria to join armed groups. In practice, the U.S. government is worried about jihadis returning to conduct terrorist attacks in the U.S., not the few dozen anti-ISIS crusaders like Windecker. But traveling to Iraq without the government's protection forces volunteers like Windecker to rely on the Kurds who take him in, and perhaps most of all on the trust and protection of the few Westerners who share their background. Windecker has lost all of that. And yet and still, this went down in 2000. This right here went down in 2015, I want to say. He was able to survive this, come back to Colorado, infiltrate and embarrass the Black Lives Matter movement there. Yeah, I agree. Plausible deniability. And that's a good question, Carla. What do they care about? It seems like nothing. The only thing they care about is maintaining racial immunity from law. You know what I'm saying? And also racial entitlement to economic privileges. That's what they care about. They don't care about anything else. And they'll gut their own kids and parents in order to do it. So now here it says, in every war, there are people who see opportunity. While other groups fight for conquest or survival, for people like Windecker, a far-off battlefield can hold the promise of redemption or personal glory. Though that's not how he described his motivations when he told the Daily Beast he traveled to Iraq. For the people, nobody else. I'm here for all of those who want to live a peaceful life that has been deprived to them by ISIS. The only common trait among the Americans who have joined the war against ISIS is the large number who say that they are veterans of the U.S. military. Windecker initially said he had served the French Foreign Legion, but he backed off that claim, which was publicly disputed even at the time he made it, in a subsequent conversation with the Daily Beast. When asked to provide a direct no or yes regarding prior service in the French Foreign Legion, Windecker became evasive, saying, I just put no on there. I don't need all my past issues jumping up. So like what's tripping me out about this is that this dude is just a flat out blatant liar. He's a flat out blatant liar, and it's just okay. He's still walking around free to this day. He's still walking around free to this day to go mess up some other black movement, which he will if the opportunity presents itself. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 5,000 times, shame on you. How's that work? How does that work? Even among the actual military veterans fighting ISIS, there is no single explanation for what drew them there. Some may feel an obligation to the Kurdish people whom they bonded with on past deployments and see as staunch American allies now under threat. Others see a clash of civilizations or a biblical struggle between good and evil. There are war seekers, though hardly anyone admits to being a member, for whom a long, peaceful American life sounds like a curse. And there are those like Windecker who might have hoped that as Mickey, the war in Iraq would allow him to escape or transform his past. Last year, when Jordan Matston left Wisconsin to join the YPG, a Kurdish militia group battling ISIS in Syria, he became an early hero of the cause. Last September, when photos of Matston began appearing publicly, he became a kind of heroic meme. Stories spread on social media and news sites of purportedly ex-Marine and conservative badass fighting ISIS. The truth was more complicated. Matston had served in the military, but in the Army rather than the Marines, where he'd been given an early discharge. The initial story touting a hardened combat veteran who had turned his sights on ISIS hid an earlier suicide attempt where Matston expressed anguish over being railroaded out of the Army to police officers who found him with a loaded gun. Matston never tried to hurt anyone but himself, but like Windecker, his journey to defend suffering people in Iraq started from a haunted past. For Kurdish forces like the Peshmerga and the YPG who have welcomed them, Western volunteers may be useful fighters, but they also provide a consistent spotlight useful for capturing media attention, even when the more dire local causes go unnoticed. One American who had joined the YPG to fight ISIS in Syria left the group because he was treated more like a prop, he said after leaving the group. The outcome of the war against ISIS depends on a number of things: Iraq's ability to rebuild its military, American air support, and special operations assistance, the direction of Iranian strategic planning, and the potential to reconcile anti-government Sunni groups to Baghdad and turn them against ISIS. A few dozen American volunteers who might see some private or altruistic purpose in the fighting won't directly affect the war's outcome one way or another. So now the thing that's really shameful about this situation is that this article, there was a whole article that was published about Michael Windecker's shade way back in April 27th of 2015, and nobody had the common sense to Google this dude. And I gotta agree, Carla, he knows how to answer questions so no one goes any further. Big facts. This dude might have a little bit of them folks in him. You know what I'm saying? He might have a little bit of them folks in him. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you guys a question. How many people heard about the burning down of a police precinct during the George Floyd riots? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that, give me a thumbs down. What I don't understand is why the mainstream media is allowed to continue to push misinformation. I don't understand why the black conservatives on YouTube are allowed to push misinformation. Shout out to my man Torian. Torian said he did. I'm glad. And Torian said he spoke about it. Now, it was infiltrators like the Boogaloo Boys, a white supremacist militia, who were charged in the fire of a Minneapolis police precinct during the George Floyd protest. Now, here's my question. How many times have you heard black conservatives, how many times have you heard white people on YouTube or white people on the news sit there and say, well, all they did was burn down their own neighborhoods. All they did was burn down their own neighborhoods. Who was charged for burning down a damn neighborhood, and who was charged for burning down the police precinct? Now, remember, what we was talking about earlier was what went on in Colorado. This is what's going on in Minneapolis at the time. Ivan Harrison Hunter, a Texas right-wing extremist, bragged about helping to set the fire when he was seen shooting 13 rounds at the building. Because one thing about these people is they don't have any impulse control. They cannot help but brag about things. When they do something, they brag about it because they need to run and tell somebody. Oh, teacher. Oh, teacher. I shot at this police precinct, teacher. Shout out to Miss Jazzy for a reason. What's good with it? But now, if you listen to the news will sit there and tell you that it was black people burning down, quote unquote, their own neighborhoods, when it was actually people like this Mickey Windecker character and people like the Boogaloo Boys. I've never heard Mickey Windecker mentioned on public television one time. Have you guys? I've never heard the Boogaloo Boys mentioned on public television one time. Have you guys? If you guys have, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says a right-wing extremist boasted of driving from Texas to Minneapolis to help set fire to a police precinct during the George Floyd protest, federal prosecutors said. They always drive from somewhere to somewhere else. Just like how Peyton Gendron drove from far away into Buffalo. But just like how these people accepted Mickey Windecker, these people always accepting these weirdos. U.S. Attorney Erica McDaniel said on Friday that she had charged Ivan Harrison Hunter, a 26-year-old Texas resident, with traveling across state lines to participate in a riot. So remember, this dude was 26 years old that did this. He was 26 years old. People like Ron DeSantis and people like Governor Abbott look at this dude like a patriot. They celebrate people like this. This is the same thing that Kyle Rittenhouse did. The charges are the latest example of far-right extremists attempting to use violence to escalate national protests against police brutality into an uprising against the government and even a full civil war. The case also reveals the extent of the coordination between violent members of nascent far-right Boogaloo Boys movement operating in different cities across the country. So now here's the thing that you got to ask yourself, right? How is it that the United States government used COINTELPRO and they use these infiltration tactics on these black groups? They just ignore the white ones and let the white ones prevail. And the reasons why they ignore the white ones and let the white ones prevail is because, like Professor Black Truth said, these white supremacist groups that prevail, that have people that are working as teachers at your kid's school, the cashier at the grocery store, the nurse at the hospital, the doctor at the hospital, the police in the police station. These are the irregular forces of white supremacy. These are the irregular forces. You know what I'm saying? According to the criminal complaint against Hunter on the 26th of May, as intense protests broke out in Minneapolis over the killing of George Floyd by a city police officer, a Boogaloo boy based in Minnesota posted a public Facebook message, "I need a head count." Hunter, a resident of Bjorn, Texas, which is roughly 1,200 miles away, responded 72 hours out. You see that? Another Boogaloo boy based in North Carolina posted a public message the same day. "Locked and loaded, boys," he wrote, adding, "The national network is going off." Who else said locked and loaded? So it wasn't just the Proud Boys that Trump was talking to when he said the other ones is on standby, locked and loaded. He was talking to all these motherfuckers, the KKK, the Boogaloo Boys, Adam Waffen. Because it's just understood that those are ancillary branches of the police department and of the military. Like, it's just an unwritten understanding. It's the same thing as like when I walk past somebody that I'm cool with and I nod, like I didn't say anything, but we all know what that nod means. You know what I'm saying? That's the nod. Like, yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just telling y'all chill out right now. But when I tell y'all to turn up, turn up. Nobody's stupid out here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, basically, big facts. Basically, the ones who went on the Capitol on January 6th, big facts. Like I said, these are your coworkers, your next door neighbors. You know what I'm saying? One of the police officers that's in the police car that pull you over, the attendant that's working at the gas station, the teacher that's teaching your kids at school. You know what I'm saying? Could be anybody. So until proven otherwise, people should be treated like that's who they are. But instead, when one of these people goes up to Buffalo and paces a Buffalo tops for, you know, a couple hours, you know, we say that he's a genius. And then he comes back the next day and bodies 11 people. And it's just tears, tears, tears all over the place. You know what I'm saying? At some point, people got to start evaluating the way that we move. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Boogaloo has long been used as an online message board as an ironic term for a second civil war. So this is just the simple name Boogaloo is a dog whistle. Anytime you hear any of these people talking about this second civil war, that's the same as the culture war. The second civil war is the progression of the culture war. You know what I'm saying? The culture war right now is just politics and people arguing back and forth with ideologies. These particular people want to push the culture war into a second civil war. And in that second civil war, they want to reset the United States and reset the racial caste structure back to where it's solidly white people on the top and solidly black people on the bottom. And that's the reason why they need to get rid of the government. They need to get the government out of the paint so that they can take over and do that. And that's solely what that's about. And most of the right wing in the United States government is all about that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Jim Jordan, Ron DeSantis, all of those quote unquote culture warriors, that's what they're about. That's why when those people tell these stories, those people are always the heroes. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, one that might be sparked by any government's attempt to confiscate Americans' guns. But in 2019 and early 2020, the memes about a coming Boogaloo began to coalesce into an anti-government pro-gun movement with armed Boog boys showing up at protests wearing something like a Boogaloo uniform of a bright Hawaiian shirt paired with a military-style rifle. So like this right here, right? This to me sounds exactly like the same kind of clothes that that Mickey Windecker was wearing, and they still just let it slide. You know what I'm saying? Torian said, then you got Charlie Kirk claiming the derailments is a war on white people. Yeah, the only problem is that East Palestine is a white city, you know what I'm saying, with only a 1% black population. And also the train company is owned by white people. So who is it? What other group is it that's fighting this war on white people? Jay said, I have a theory in regards to the black guy calling him a genius. My theory is that he watches Roland Martin Unfiltered and became dead. He became brain dead. Yeah, I seen that, Carla. That's facts. How many of y'all saw Roland Martin's debate with that Iranian dude on Valuetainment? If you guys saw that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. They called Peyton Gendron a genius. When Peyton Gendron was first perimetering the tops in the area. The people there was calling him a genius. Shout out to my man RG Titan. What's good with it, bro? If y'all want to see a reaction to that Roland Martin versus the Valuetainment dude, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't want to see a reaction, give me a thumbs down. I was going to react to it like last week, but I just never had time because other stuff that I thought was more important had came out. But I still got it on backup if y'all want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we could do it at some point tomorrow. Because it's actually interesting. It's actually interesting. If I'm not mistaken, I think that a lot of Arabs are considered Asian. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they count as Asian immigrants. And it's just interesting to see the dynamic. Shout out to my man Tarek. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Solo. What's good? Torian said, if I wanted to see a pig, I would go to a farm. Torian, I know you want to get in on this pig roast, bro. I know you want to get in on the pig roast. If you want to get in on the pig roast, I'll drop the link for you when I do it. You know what I'm saying? I'll shoot it to you on Twitter. I know you want to make that crispy bacon. You know what I'm saying? We can get it. Yeah. Speaking of immigrants, I saw a news clip where they showed Ukrainian kids, quote unquote, adjusting to American school life. Yeah. And you know, when it comes to Ukrainians, what that basically means is that they're adjusting to black people being around. Isn't that crazy? You're getting your ass whooped. You're getting destroyed by Russia. And your biggest concern is black people in the UK and black people in the United States. Send their asses back the fuck over there then. My thing is, if we're Americans like we're supposed to be, everybody wants us to just be this one big family, right? Well, then why don't they treat us as one big family? Why are you recruiting immigrants with anti-black sentiment to the United States? The only reason why you would recruit immigrants with anti-black sentiment to the United States if you want to increase the number of people with anti-black sentiment in order to maintain some kind of control. Which is one of the reasons why. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got me cracking up because Torian said that if he wanted to see a pig, he would go to the farm. I definitely got to do that live stream later on today before I get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I definitely got to do it today. Roland Martin should have a bumper on his forehead, man. That dude has a solid forehead. Like, if it's two people that I would really be weary about, like I might pull the pipe on if I ever got into a physical altercation, it would be Roland Martin and it'd be Herschel Walker. Because first and foremost, Herschel Walker may be a coon. He may be a hardcore coon, but that dude is no bitch. You know what I'm saying? If somebody said that he was a coon, I'll go with you and agree with that all day long. If somebody said that he was a bitch and that they would whoop his ass right off the rip, I don't know if I got to see that because Herschel Walker got skills when it comes to fighting. You know what I'm saying? But Roland Martin has a big iron-plated juggernaut head. And I honestly think that if Roland Martin swung his head like a crane, like a wrecking ball, he could do some serious damage. You know what I'm saying? Some serious damage. Then they need to go back to Ukraine and fight Russia a little bit harder. He would use that forehead on you in a minute, man. He'll cave your face in with that forehead. He one of them type of people. If you ever robbed Roland Martin, you couldn't even put the gun to his head. Like, that wouldn't even be a threat. He one of them people you had to put the gun to his chest. You couldn't even put the pipe to his head. You had to put it to his chest, because the pipe to his head ain't gonna do nothing. That bullet gonna bounce right back off his head. So now here it says, in the late winter and early spring of 2020, researchers noted a growing number of Boogaloo groups on Facebook, many of them posting explicitly about military tactics and killing government officials, as well as the proliferation of Boogaloo-themed merchandise for sale, such as flags, patches, and Hawaiian print gun accessories. So they like that Hawaiian Soapy fame, like Tupac. Prosecutors said that Hunter would later describe himself to Austin police as the leader of the Boogaloo Boys in South Texas. By May 28th, during a night of the most intense unrest and destruction in the city, Hunter was in Minneapolis just as the 3rd precinct station, known locally as a playground for renegade cops, was being set on fire. Video shot that night shows a person later identified as Hunter firing 13 rounds from a semi-automatic assault rifle on the 3rd precinct police station while people believed to be looters were inside. He then high-fived another person and shouted, "Justice for Floyd," according to the complaint. So what I want you guys to pay attention to is that these particular people use the same tactics, attaching themselves to a black movement, that Mickey Windecker used, that them folks use, that non-FBA people use. You know what I'm saying? Later, he privately messaged Stephen Carrillo, another alleged Boogaloo boy in California, urging him to go for police buildings, according to the federal criminal complaint. "I did better, LOL," Carrillo allegedly replied. Hours before Carrillo sent that message, according to the complaint, federal prosecutors said Carrillo had driven to Oakland with an accomplice, and as protesters were demonstrating blocks away, he shot 2 officers guarding a federal courthouse in downtown Oakland, killing one, David Patrick Underwood. So again, this is white on white crime we're talking about. White militia group coming to these black protests and attacking law enforcement. Law enforcement knows that it's the white supremacist groups and then turns around and attacks black people in response, saying we're being attacked by the violent protesters. Now, DJ Elmo says these instigators are technically defined as agent provocateurs. You know what's crazy, though? I've never seen videos where people are calling these people out as agents. I've only seen a bunch of people who aren't agents calling other people who aren't agents agents. True villainy, facts. True villainy. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Carrillo was later charged with killing another law enforcement officer, a Santa Cruz sheriff deputy, in an ambushed attack in June. So, I mean, this dude Carrillo is a certified cop killer. You know what I'm saying? According to the complaint, Hunter would later post multiple messages on Facebook bragging of his actions in Minneapolis on the night of the 28th of May and the morning of the 29th of May, writing, "I set fire to that precinct with the black community, and my mom would call the FBI if she knew." No, you didn't set fire to the precinct with the black community. You set fire to a precinct in a black community. You know what I'm saying? This is what those people do. And people like Jason Whitlock help with it. You know what I'm saying? Jason Whitlock is a clown. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, I've burned police stations with Black Panthers in Minneapolis, he claimed in one message. In another message, the BLM protesters in Minneapolis loved me. And I'm not going to trip. I bet you they did, just like they love Mickey. I bet you they did. It's embarrassing. This is a white supremacist gang that are looking to start a civil war, and they're looking to get rid of the government in order to attempt to go on a racial jihad, slaughtering all of the black people in that community. And black people just yucking it up, dapping it up, kicking it, toasting. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. Police in Austin, Texas stopped a pickup truck in which Hunter was a passenger on June 3rd for multiple traffic violations. Hunter had 6 loaded magazines for semi-automatic rifles and a tactical vest that he was wearing. Officers also found multiple firearms in the truck. Now, nobody ever questions how many guns these people have, man. These people be having whole like military brigade amounts of guns on them. Yeah, and I agree, Torian. Torian says, unfortunately, a good chunk of black people don't know what a war looks like, which makes it easier for outsiders to infiltrate, which is off the hook because these people have been at war with us for the longest time. The war against black people is one of the longest ongoing wars in history. And yet, like my man Torian said, people rather know everything about what's going on with Beyonce. I mean, if Beyonce is coming through like Laura Croft, if she's coming through like Laylu on Fifth Element and she protecting everybody, I mean, I guess that makes, you know what I'm saying, that makes it worth watching. But last time I checked, Beyonce wasn't catching no bullets for nobody. And last time I checked, Jay-Z was in the courtroom snitching when somebody got killed associated with him. You know what I'm saying? Because Jay-Z an OG snitch and people don't talk about that shit. Jay-Z is an OG snitch. You know what I'm saying? DJ Elmo said the next infiltration will be using someone looking like black, but not black, like Rachel Dolezal type. Psh. I'm telling you, man, that's why when I first started this stream and I told you guys about the wash tactic, you know what I'm saying? It might be something to think about. Several days after the stop, federal agents learned of Hunter's online affiliation with Carrillo. So they let him go, clearly. McDonald said Hunter made his initial court appearance on Thursday in San Antonio. It is unclear if he had an attorney. Now, remember, this is an old article. You know what I'm saying? So remember, this is an old article. So all of this stuff has already come to pass. You know what I'm saying? Hunter is the third alleged Boogaloo boy to be charged in connection with protests in Minneapolis. Across the country, the Boogaloo movement has been linked to more than 24 arrests and at least 5 deaths this year, including the alleged plot to kidnap the Michigan governor, Gretchen Whitmer. Now, there was a branch of the Boogaloo Boys that was called the Wolverine Watchmen. The Wolverine Watchmen was the branch of the Boogaloo Boys who attempted to kidnap Governor Whitmer in Michigan. Same group, different division. You know what I'm saying? So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of an actual agent that no one accused of being an agent. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice, smash the like button, share this video out, and make sure you stick around for about 30 seconds. Let this video take you into the next live stream. Make sure you hit the bell and also hit the like button while you're over there. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, then do that. All right? Peace.